Hello and welcome to the Acuta AOSC Super Series live on the iRacing Esports Network and live on Apex Racing TV. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick and alongside me tonight is Matthew Norris, Daniel Leet and Scott Newton, who is on the count, and we're here for the season finale of this season 8 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. Daniel, we've been covering this championship from pretty much the start. It's been absolutely enthralling through every point, and we end this season as an absolute Australian classic. It's one of the most iconic combinations in the world of motorsports. Bathurst in V8. So cannot wait for this 104 lap race.
Yeah, good evening, Sam. And as you say, it's been a fantastic season. We've seen all, championship long, right from the very first round at Spa all the way to what we're going to see tonight for the conclusion at Bathurst here. It's going to be absolutely spectacular. And drivers have put on a fantastic show. Series sponsors and organisers have done a fantastic job over the course of this championship as well, which is a testament to everyone involved. And really looking to see what the drivers put in for this final run at the championship.
Absolutely. We should give a big thanks to all the sponsors which make this championship possible. So Acuta Solutions, of course, providing rigging hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing, doing racing and flight to cockpits. Abruzzi Racewear, providing custom sim racing gear and also real racing gear as well. You can have your name on, and some fantastic customization you can have with that. Motum Simulations, who have VR racing centres across Australia. Night Rider Designs, creating personal liveries for drivers and teams. Wolf Graphics, who provide personalised stickers and signs. Sam Blacklock Media, who will be doing the race highlights photos. You can check them out on the AOSC Facebook page later on. And also Race Management Service for helping out with the live race control and setting the sessions up. And of course, due thanks to the stewards as well, live stewarding in this series, and that is one of the elements which have made this championship as professional as any other that you will see on the iRacing Esports Network. Really have had a brilliant championship. Noi, last time out at Watkins Glen, we saw a stunning end to the race. James Scott just about winning out again, I believe. At least in individual races, I think that's 4 races in a win. Hasn't won the last couple of Enduros, but I assume him and Logitech G AOSC Esports have got to be the favourite for tonight's race.
Definitely one of the strong runners. G'day Sam, g'day everyone. It's finally, we're not at a tight twisty track, so I can drop that tagline. It's the beautiful Bathurst. 6.213 kilometers of exciting action. It's going to be fantastic to watch all our contenders, but we're going to keep our eyes on the Endurance Cup. That's going to be the exciting part for tonight's racing.
Yeah, most likely. And you can see the points now in the individual championship. How Scott is quite a long way ahead, 700 points ahead of Andrew Gilliam. So we believe Scott has mathematically won the individual title. We're not 100% sure, and we're not going to crown him until tonight's race is over. Hopefully he wins by, hopefully he doesn't lose any points to Gilliam. Otherwise, there might be a little bit of question about it. But we believe Scott has won the overall title. However, in the teams, as Noah was saying, United Sim Sports only just ahead ERT 88, though. That is Logitech G AOSC Esports, however. They have renamed and jiggled a little bit across the season. They are in second place, in Pursuit Sim Racing very much in there as well. So it could be your change. And of course, around this circuit, Daniel, the drivers do get 2 fast repairs, but it's so easy to see your race go up in smoke. I mean, a mistake around this part of the circuit at the top of the mountain, that's going to be a long tow back to the pits, and you can easily find yourself 1 lap down it and pretty much your competitive race over. So some big pressure on the drivers. One little mistake could be massively costly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's not just the challenge that it provides as far as being in an esports aspect. We've seen it in real life, whether you watch the Bathurst 1000, the Bathurst 12 era. For those that remember the L24 hour of Bathurst, it presents a huge amount of challenge, whether you're a professional driver or sim racer. And for the guys out there tonight, trying to keep your mind focused for this 4 hours is going to be huge. Obviously, you do get a couple little reprieves to try and calm yourself down and reset for the next lap. Obviously down Conrad, which we're watching, Forznell now be going down now, and then up Mountain Straight. But other than that, across the top of the hill, it's a white knuckle ride there, and one minor mistake could have huge ramifications, especially for our championship protagonists. Are they going to be able to get this done? Who knows? But just got to be so cautious to get this through. And with the size of the field we got, one little stack up there, and we're not going to have just one car involved. We're going to have multiple catching up with that.
Yeah, because we show you the Aussie Mixed and Fixed GT Championship on the Esports Network as well. And I think it was a few months ago now, but I think we literally had like 3 safety cars in about a 45-minute race, and we've got like about 4 hours of action today. So we could see quite a few. There's going to be at least 2 out there for those who aren't familiar with the rules. If we get a driver who has to stay back to the pits, then that will be a safety car. And also there has to at least be 2. A couple of them might even be entertainment cautions. So it will certainly spice up the action a lot. We're currently in the last couple of minutes of qualifying, so we've got a half-an-hour qualifying session. You can see we're down to the last couple of minutes now before we'll get into this 650 kilometre race. And United Esports currently on pole position, not by a massive margin as you would expect. Well, to be fair, it's approximately 3/100ths of a second at the moment, just clear of Logitech G Altus Esports.
Yeah, and very tight. I mean, when you consider that the points for the race tonight, 330 going to pole position, 300 for second, and with our 2 first and second in the championship, currently first and second on the grid at this point, they have got a huge amount to play for going on. The time's still coming in, looking very, very good. The rest of the field not that far behind, and we're only seeing at this point across the top of the field just under 3 seconds if you go all the way back to position 30 currently with Bailey Fried in the Mark 1 car. So that's 2 seconds behind our current pole position. So the field quite close together. We've got a really good turnout of all the cars out there tonight. So especially for the top guys, with those times being as close as they are going to have to keep a watchful eye. But with just on 2 minutes to go, we've at least got one more lap for a lot of these drivers to be able to set and have one more crack at maybe taking the top spot here tonight.
Yeah, still a little bit more time. We recently saw a Premier Racing team move up into 9th place. They managed to get a podium a couple of Enduros ago at Barcelona, starting down in 18th place, I believe, on that occasion. Managed to get themselves back up to the top 3. So certainly watch them on the outskirts of the top 10 at the moment. Pursuit Sim Racing also approaching line. Andrew Gilliam, who's been so impressive, 2nd place in the championship, missed a couple of the early rounds, but due to the real life circumstances, silver lining to him not being able to do much karting actually has meant that he's been able to do a few more rounds. He doesn't improve, but does Logitech G Altus Esports improve? Maybe that was an out lap, because they are now starting once again, and this could be their last bid at pole position.
So we've just seen the car of Jordan Ross there just completing his lap and moving up into 2nd position as well. That was a really solid time for him, a 2:02.74, so marginally quicker ahead of that Logitech Esports car with Brody Mayers behind the wheel. But again, just one more shot for him to go through. Watching Phil Worley for the DPR Racing car team going across the top of the hill now. The car looking quite good, getting a nice run down through the S's in towards the Dipper, and they're a little further down the order, currently just outside the top 10 in 11th, but very good consistency in the car so far.
Ooh, that's a big slide, just gets it stopped. No, he doesn't, clips the wall, and just kind of a little bit too much speed on that occasion, but you can see how hard he was pushing on the elevation change down the mountain. It seems like out of the top position, there's not going to be much change apart from Brady Myers, who's still out there for Logitech G Altus Esports. EXG move up into 14th place. That was a few places gained. But Myers so far on this lap, I'm looking at his sector times, and it's all very underwhelming at the moment, I believe. So doesn't look like it's going to quite be pole position for Logitech on this occasion, no.
He's going to need something impressive to come out of those last couple of sectors to make any real dent on the time. It looks like it might be Harley Haber's pole at this stage.
Does certainly look that way. What can Stephen Varga do? Not an improvement. The start-finish line, of course, comes up so early down the straight. You used to be able to cut the pit lane. If you came into the pits, it actually set a fast lap time. I believe that is outlawed because it's not very much in the spirit of the rules. But a few drivers were doing it for either the 1000 or the 12 hours a few years ago. Logitech GLC, suppose you can probably just see on the pop out from the timing screen with a 2-minute 3.1, so no improvement. David Woke, I believe this is not a valid lap time for Tanked SRT because I think they crossed the line after the checker flag was out. But still just want to cross the line seemingly. But how close was Synergy? I mean, you look at all those top 3 teams, to be fair, Daniel. Synergy in particular, Jordan Ross, who's really has upped his form recently, had a really good Watkins Glen round. And I think they're looking more dangerous than ever this season. It seems like all of these teams have got better and better as the season, just as one's got ahead, the others have been able to rival them. It's caused some fantastic competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you go all the way back to the very start of the championship, we saw ERT and James Scott, when he was with that team, go on a 4-win run streak, at the beginning, and they were virtually untouchable. We saw a lot of guys have a real solid crack and just not quite able to get there. But as we've seen the championship evolve, obviously all the teams are now quite accustomed to these cars. The setups have improved a lot. The driver pairings have really got together. We're seeing some old teams really starting to work their way back up to the top. The likes of Synergy Sim Racing with Jordan Ross getting in there, Brody Mayers and Altus Esports getting up there. JPS Simshed, we haven't mentioned anything about them at all. Kobe Jones got that car up into 4th position. So, I mean, quite a good run there for some teams that we don't really see a huge amount of.
Yeah, fantastic effort from them. Remember, it's going to be a standing start this for the 650 kilometers. And on pole position is Harley Haber then for United Esports. Jordan Ross, Synergy Sim Racing in second place, and Brady Mars for Logitech G Altus Esports in third. Then it's JP's Simshed, Pursuit Sim Racing again, 5th and 6th. They're going to be very dangerous. Then it's Gone Rogue Motorsports, who have been very impressive in recent weeks, in 7th. DPR Racing in 8th. Then it's Premier Racing Team and CNG Sim Racing rounding out the top 10. Then it's DPR, Rad2, Evolution Racing Team, EXG Motorsports, Tanks SRT, United Esports, Middle Finger Racing, Kenneth Latter, there's Pursuit Sim Racing, DPR Racing, KRF Motorsports, Mac 1 Esports, DPR Racing, Stealth Sim Sports, RRT Bow Repairs Racing Team, MF Racing, Fishy Motorsports, Riot Sim Racing, GRM Motorsports, Fishy Motorsports, Mac 1, Progression Racing Australia, Penske Racing Shots, Pro Choice Automotive Racing, RRT Bow Repairs Racing Team, Pulse Racing Team, and Tanked SRT. Hopefully we'll also see High Torque Racing take the grid as well. But we've almost got everyone on the grid. I'm just waiting, I think, for Greg Sharp and Roy Clark. Hate to name and shame, but come on, guys. Get a move on it, because we want to get this race underway. The season finale of this Season 8 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series then, here at Bathurst. Who is going to win it out? The 5 lights are coming on. It's Haber from the pole position. And away we go for over 100 laps. Fantastic start for Haber, can comfortably take the racing line, and everyone was very polite going down into turn 1, seemingly no one with an absolutely fantastic launch, and no one really struggling off the line either. A little bit struggling for Synergy Sim Racing, to be fair, moving from 10th place down to 12th, but as they escalate the mountain for the first time, it's mainly single file out to the front runners. ANZ Motorsports under pressure from Pursuit Sim Racing, perhaps down into turn 2, but they just about managed to hold on to that position as United Esports make a little bit of a gap straight away.
Yeah, it was a fantastic jump from everyone. No issues as we head up the mountain for the first time. A couple of moves being opportunistic, trying to have a look and a sniff to see where they can make a little bit of headway early on in the piece, but just not getting anything done yet. Darren Lobb Already up 3 spots from where he started for DPR Racing, now into 8th position. It's a good run early on for them. And just behind that, we've got Brian Borg, Andrew Dice, another one of the DPR cars in front. I think we also might have just seen Michael Taliancic just graze the wall, getting through metal grate there. And that's very easy to do, and we'll have to keep an eye on that over the course of the run tonight for all these drivers. But early on, those tyres just not quite up to temperature yet.
Yeah, of all the laps in this race, one of the most tricky ones undoubtedly going to be this opener.
This is the lap where they really need to get their minds sorted and think about what they want to do, whether they want to make 650 Ks or whether they want to have it over on lap 1.
Well, so far, we're seeing relatively few incidents. These guys have got so much experience around this circuit. They know the percentage game that you got to play. And already the top 3 actually starting to pull away. Haber with a 0.6 of a second gap as we move into the final corner on this opening lap of the race. A reminder, you can check out the live timing to see the lap times and the pit stops and the times between each of the drivers on the description below. Certainly do recommend checking that out, provided by SDK Gaming. But you can see for yourself in these early stages the gaps between everyone as 80 miles per hour a little bit wide round turn 1. After really under pressure was Taliancic. It seems like he's been able to break away, but now it's Andrew Dyson for DPR Racing with a big queue of cars behind him. Is up 1 place as Dyson, but well, I fear that he might lose that pretty soon. Graham Borg also really struggling.
Yeah, Borg starting to come under quite a bit of pressure there. We've got Damien Johnson involved in that, Thomas Hinz as well. So those guys really looking to get an early move done. The 2 DPR cars holding pretty good station at the moment, must be said, still 7th and 8th. Right behind there you can see Brian Borg and Damien closing in. Everyone else seemed to get through relatively unscathed. Looks like potentially Brian Cooper well off the back of the train at the moment, working his way down Mountain Straight in 35th position, so possible contact for him on the lap 1, but we'll see him get back underway. But this little battle for 10th position at the moment really starting to heat up as the guys run down over Skyline.
How important are these moves in the early stages now? I mean, if you're in this pack, do you want to get up through the order? It's the last race of the season, you want to get a good result, or are you quite happy just to stay in 8th or 9th at this point?
You want to get the best result possible. You want to make sure you make your intentions known to the car ahead, and you make sure you find every weakness they have around this 6.213 kilometre circuit. You want to exploit that weakness, and you want to nail that move every opportunity it comes to you.
This is going to be one of the best opportunities into the chase. But no one being able to step to the inside as Brady Myers has moved up into 2nd place. So whilst that pack couldn't make a move into the chase, it seems as though Brady Myers has been able to, and this is kind of what we expected with Logitech G-Outs as esports. They were so impressive at Imola. If it weren't for Engine Bailey, you expect that they probably would have won out there. And Brady Myers does move up into 2nd place, which is going to help their championship run. Of course, should be them versus United Esports. Whoever wins this race, whoever finishes ahead of the pair of them, ought to win the endurance championship. So a lot on the line between these 2 teams, but the gap is already up to 1.25 seconds.
Yeah, as we watch the guys a little further down the order, Josh Pickett and Rob Bowden looking to get a move completed there. Up the inside through Brett O'Brien. That's a tough spot to get a pass done there. O'Brien just getting out of it. Although you're going to have a look back at Bowden. For those that remember the big coming together many years ago for Ambrose and Murphy in that same spot. Smart awareness for all those guys to sneak those cars through without incident. That'll leave Stuart Vaughan in the United Esports car just behind now, looking to have a sniff on the back of the ERT car in the hands of Brett O'Brien there.
O'Brien wide, but this is the place on the second where you can't overtake, so you should be safe. But there's just a handful of drivers, and once you get overtaken, it's so difficult to regain your confidence. If you're already low on confidence, if you haven't got the tyre temperature already, and you haven't got the adhesion to the circuit, and then you get overtaken 1 or 2 times as well, it's extremely difficult to keep your concentration. Stuart Vaughan has a major bit of oversteer. They've also got the privateer team of Kenneth Latter just sitting behind as well. But here comes Vaughan, good slipstream down here, and they'll head down the hill and then back up again. Looks to the inside. Oh, he gets a wheel onto the grass, and this could be a massive instant. Here we go. Oh, it's an absolute miracle that Stuart Vaughan has not hit anyone there. We see that time after time. And United Sim Sports, oh, that was close.
That could have been a huge incident down at the end of the chase there. Smart awareness from O'Brien to see that car going down the grass. Vaughan did a great job, though, to release the brakes, keep the nose pointed straight ahead and get across in front of everyone. But that could have been the big one early on. Nice avoidance, however. But O'Brien's dropped a little further down now as a result of that. He's lost a spot to David Kidman, and then Stuart Vaughan recovering after that, dropping all the way down now to 23rd position. So that really did hurt him quite a bit.
Thankfully, it's only at the early start of the race, so a massive disservice early on, but they'll have to fight back from this one. And that'll be a lesson early on to probably stay a bit tighter on the chase turn in.
Going forward through Premier Racing Team, catching back up to Darren Lobb. Lobb got an incredible start. He made up 2 places actually into turn 2 on the first lap of the race. As Borg runs it in deep, that's a lot of speed carried in, and just about manages to bundle it all up. Does lose a bit of time, however, but yeah, just trying to drop back into these guys is Lobb marginally. Also got Scott Nolan for St. Sim Racing a little bit further back in this chain.
And with that little bit of a wiggle that we saw from Borg there down through the dipper and the S's, that's really allowed Lobb just to gain a little bit of an advantage again. We saw that closing up quite a lot, but as they run down into the chase there, we're not going to see any action yet from Damian Johnson. Thomas Hinn still just looking around the back there, so hasn't quite got that move done. A little further up though, seeing a good run here. Ben Christensen, Tom Freer fighting now over the 4th position, running down into Hell's Corner here. Not going to get a move done, but if you can stay close enough through turn 1, you can definitely set yourself up for a solid run up through turn 2 as you run down the mountain here. These drafts are going to be all important.
Here comes Freer. That looks pretty simple for him. Opened up the line. There is contact actually between the 2 of them. At least that's what I heard. That may have just been a little bit of lag contact potentially. But Tom Freer did get ahead and should have the pace now to pull away for Pursuit Sim Race.
Slide there from Ben. I was just wondering why the first pursuit car wasn't dragging the other pursuit car that's actually in the Endurance Championship hunt behind them, but it's an interesting strategy play.
Yeah, a little interesting to see them dropping off the pace there, but I would expect we'll see Taliancic though close back in. We know how good he is on the long run with those tyres, and while we're bringing everything up, sure these drivers run that little bit difference in the tyre pressures at the moment, but yeah, very interesting to see some gaps already opening, because if you can utilise the draft advantage around here, you can definitely gain quite a bit of time.
And of course, the main aim for a lot of these teams for the first couple of hours of this race will just be to stay on the lead lap. You don't want to open up the gaps too much. It's a very long lap round this circuit, one of the longest laps that we have all season long. I believe it's a little bit shorter than Spa in terms of lap time and in terms of distance as well. So you should have a little bit more lenience when it comes to that compared to the last time we went at Imola, or the one before that at Barcelona, and then Montreal, of course. But if you stay on the lead lap, then if the safety car does come out, you should be able to come back to the back of the chain, and potentially that's 100 seconds that you were trailing by will all of a sudden turn into just a handful of seconds. So so important for the Jazz near the back of the order to keep it clean at the moment and stay on this lead lap as we ride on board with Brady Myers for Logitech G AOSC Sports. Interesting that Myers has taken the start of this race. You'd kind of expect it'd be Scott in this situation, but I think Myers did qualifying and now starting the race as well, unlike at Imola, and he's doing a very good job at the moment. If anything, could argue he has the pace advantage on Harley Haber, although on that last lap it was just 6/100ths of a second difference.
The big thing we're probably going to need to keep an eye on too, with the different driver pairings and how we're seeing them operate at the moment, is the total lap allowance that these drivers are going to have. 68 is the maximum tonight here. So for our main key rivals with the likes of Harley Haber and Forsen, definitely look to see them probably come through at the very back end of this race. They've got the speed and consistency, which is what you're going to want to take this title fight to the very end. But that being said, the pace we're seeing at the moment from Haber Myers is very, very good right now. Brady's been able to really close that gap down since he managed to get past Kyle Stokes only a few laps ago. And we're going to have a really solid fight here as they close up down through the chase, both cars with a little bit of a wiggle on exit, and then down for another big braking stop down into Murray's corner. But the gap starting to erode now down to 0.4 of a second.
I guess the thing is, though, that even though they're co-drivers, they're not really slouches. They're independent, fast drivers of their own right. Harley's teammate being Forsen Harvey, he qualified for the Supercars E-Series, so they're still pretty quick, even though they're called co-drivers.
So now that Logitech GLC Sports have caught up, is it worth staying in the draft? Do you think they've got the pace to, if they did overtake, do you think they could potentially break the draft, or are these two just going to be glued together to the end of this stint?
I reckon Brady will try and take the dive.
Well, let's watch out for it around this part of the track. Of course, probably not going to happen as he gets a little bit of wheel spin going over the bump around that part.
Slide in the car like that, he won't. Yeah.
Well, heating up the tyres as well. I wonder if we can get the track temperature up and the weather details. What time it is? There it is. 2:25. So it's pretty much the height of the day, and 48 degrees check temperature. You wouldn't get it, to be fair, with the lack of side we had. Of course, with my sliding a little bit there, we saw a little bit of a glimpse of it. But 48 degrees Celsius, the highest I've ever seen it, I think, is 52, and that was at its height. So this is, almost at the absolute maximum. This is some of the worst grip you're ever going to get in these V8 supercars, and yet these drivers are keeping it out of the walls remarkably well. But here we are then. Logitech G AOSC Sports closing in. They look to the inside. Are United going to let them have it? Side by side already on this lap 7 of the race. And already, after starting in 3rd place on the grid, Brady Myers has moved up into the lead. And there wasn't much of a defence put up. The big question now is, do United have the pace to stick in the draft for the remainder of this opening stint?
Yeah, I think looking at what we're seeing from the lap times at the moment, the draft advantage that Myers had really helping him there, even with that wiggle that we saw across the top of the hill. But for Haber now, he'll be able to settle down, look after the tyres just a fraction, utilise that draft. If anything, it's probably going to help him a bit more just to sit in behind, because, as I said, the lap pace last time by, very good for both of these drivers. They're still operating around the 2:04.5 region, which is quite a few seconds off from what we saw from qualifying only a few moments ago. But just in trying to keep those tyres under it with that hot track condition, this will probably work out very nicely for Haber.
So that battle out front is resolved for the time being. This one is far from being resolved. ERT, Brenton O'Brien, has moved back up, I believe, after that big off they had earlier on. But Bentley actually is going to lose another place now to Mac Moniz. That was another team, wasn't it? He went spinning off the McKnight car, I believe. Varga then is moving past O'Brien, who is really struggling out there at the moment. Also, side by side, just behind. That was Alex Courts, I believe, moving past Marty Hansen. which was a brave move, and they're almost side by side still. Alex Court for DPR does eventually make the move stick, but you can see the other DPR car of Daniel Misdale and Stuart Vaughan for United Esports very close, and Fisher Motorsports David Coleman as well, catching these guys by about a second a lap as well. This will soon be a 5-car train, I imagine.
Yeah, Court really lucky there. Sorry, no, you go ahead, mate.
I was going to say, I'm glad you called it brave, and because that was not what I would have called it at all.
Well, here we are then. Well, he gets the good launch. Oh, well, there's a gap there. Oh, breathing, guys.
That's not a gap. that's never a gap.
Well, lap 8 of the race. Yeah, a bit bold.
You made it work. Congratulations.
Yeah. I feel like on the third time of trying that, it's probably not going to work out. Of course, the marbles will build up as well on the outside of the track. And that is scary when you try to go for a move at that corner. And you just kind of get sucked into the barrier. It's a little bit off camber as well. And you kind of fall into the barrier. Stuart Vaughan for United Sim Sports having a difficult race. Tries to get past the DPR, but couldn't do it. We've also got the 44 making another move. So Alex Court is looking quite quick at the moment, and he's now onto the back of Stephen Varga.
Yeah, Court doing a really good job there, getting past O'Brien, and as you saw before, that big run up through the cutting as well. But a little further back, we've got Stuart Vaughan recovering still after his earlier off-track excursions. For those who remember it, down through the chase there, got the car on the grass and cut across the front of O'Brien. So he's actually been able to recover up to the back of this train here. He's got Daniel Misdale in front of him, and we saw him having a bit of a look down to finish off the race into Murray's Corner, not quite able to do the move around the outside, but certainly hasn't lost any pace in that. Likewise, we've got David Coleman as well for Fishy Motorsports starting to close in to this little train as well. So we're going to have 6 cars here very, very quickly. So work their way over the top of the hill. I don't think we're going to see any wild passes across here, unlike what we'd seen previously in some of the GT3 races in the Spa 12 hour. But for all these cars at the moment, doing a really nice job, even with the limited grip, getting these cars off the top of the hill.
Just getting a comment through on the YouTube that car 44 is actually not DPR, it's actually JP Simshed. So we'll follow that one.
I will try to remember that, but sorry guys, I will probably forget. But yeah, JP.
We'll try and pull you up on it.
Yeah, honestly, pronunciation of names absolutely. So I've nailed this one though, Taliancic. I think I was pronouncing the J when I first commentated on I can say Ancic, which was a couple of years ago actually now. That's always a regular, well, I think it used to be a regular, has been driven in the Euro V8 Supercar Series. One of the best strategic drivers out there, and he's now onto the back of ANZ, who were passed by the Pursuit Sim Racing, the other Pursuit Sim Racing car earlier on, and it looks like it's deja vu for ANZ. And they move down into 6th place now. Ben Christiansen, Andrew Dyson as well, half a second back. So Pursuit's up to 4th and 5th. They do usually get stronger as the races go on. Are yet to win an Enduro so far this season. I stand to be corrected, but I believe the only teams who have won races so far this season is basically the James Scott team, whether that's ERT or Logitech G Altus Esports, or the United Esports team. I believe it's like 4 wins for 4 wins for Logitech, and then 3 wins for United.
Pursuit did grab the podium though at Imola, so close to a win.
And Montreal, I believe, as well. So no, they have been very good. I think it's 2nd place at Imola as well, wasn't it? They were very strong.
Interesting to see them being led by their team car, but this is Andrew Dyson, who's putting the hammer down trying to catch Ben Christensen. It looks like Ben's got to struggle with that car at the moment because he's being passed by 2 Pursuit cars, so maybe Andrew Dyson will have a look in this DPR racing car towards the end of I'd say this lap towards the beginning of the next lap might even line up turn 2.
Yeah, he's definitely got the pace to get the move done there. Christensen just a little bit defensive on the run in, which will hurt Dyson just a fraction. But I'm wondering if Christensen's maybe got the car set up for later on in the race. Obviously, once the tyre wear or the tyre rubber goes down and the track comes back to them, may look at seeing that car especially move its way forward. And I think that's probably where they're at the moment, just not quite there on outright pace. They have dropped a long way back off Taliancic since he's made that move. Will we see Dyson, however, come back up the inside? He gets out of the draft, not quite close enough to do it, up through turn 2 there. And this little fight's going to continue, I think, while they're struggling a bit there, though. It's going to bring Darren Lobb into it. And Brian Borg still lurking around just a fraction behind in 9th position there.
I think you're right about the car being set up, maybe not for Ben. We were speaking to Ben earlier in the week, and his teammate Kobe Jones, he couldn't stop singing his praises, so he might be who the car's set up for, and Ben might be just doing his minimum enduro. Oh, there's a hit there.
Oh dear, that could be. Oh, and now we got a car in the racing line. Steven tries to get out of the way, does a pretty good job. Well, now he's reversing back. There should be a gap behind. What's happened to the other car that was involved in that? Paul Lee for Riot Sim Racing. Seems as though we're not going to get a safety car then, because as long as the drivers can get back to the pits, it should be alright. But that's a massive shame for those two teams. Coach was driving extremely slow down into turn 2, was letting a lot of drivers past. And Paul Lee came up to the back. It seems as though he just moved to the left perhaps a little bit. Stuart's one does be looking at this one.
Yeah, I think it's up one there. Lee was trying to move the car just a fraction over to get the turn in and maintain the momentum up the hill, but for Kosh, that was just a bit awkward there. Just tags the back end. Maybe didn't see him, which can happen in these things, especially if you're looking forward or you may not have the assists or mirrors on. And a little bit of a clumsy mistake there. But looks like everyone got away. No damaged cars still stranded on the circuit, but race control definitely going to have a look at that one.
So Kokosh made that contact initially and was trying to address the position then. But it turns out a whole lot worse for the pair of them, because then they managed to collide again. So I don't know if maybe they deliberately moved together slightly just to show their little bit of grievances, but that was the worst thing to do, because they made contact for a second time, and the second time was far worse. So we're dropping down the order for the pair of them. It's a massive shame that, and I imagine they are now over a lap behind, which will really limit the best result that they could achieve from this race. At least they might be able to put a little bit more fuel in and get some fresh tyres on the car. Lap 12 of this round 16 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series, 650 kilometres round Bathurst, the final team race of the season. And it's Logitech G Altus Esports leading the way. United Sim Sports just not pulling off the moves at the moment, down in that 22nd place. Here are the leaders, 1.2 seconds. Currently the gap between Logitech and United Sim Sports. As we kind of seen, it's very evenly matched, but Logitech have pretty much broken the draft, seemingly.
Yeah, last time by, it was actually a 3/10 advantage to Brodie Mayers across the line. So with him now extending that out just over the second, the draft's not really going to be that much of a concern for him at the moment. Haber, though, still very, very consistent lap times, even though he has dropped that position, is not allowing the gap to open up too wildly there. As you can see, the gap extension and reduction over the last few laps. But it has definitely been in Mayer's swing just for the time being, but how will that play later on is the big unknown. Obviously, we've already spoken of a couple of drivers, the likes of Ben Christensen, with the car maybe being set up a little bit for later on in the day. Is that maybe the opposite for Mayers and Haber? Maybe the car a little bit pointier in the early stint, or are they just playing the cards nicely at the moment?
Nice, actually starting to close the gap, so they were 1/10 of a second faster last tour, and in the first sector of this lap, 1/10 faster again. But this is tiny margins where we know that there will be safety cars. So it's almost just like, I don't know, sacrificing your pawns in this stage, if you want to use a chess analogy. That's totally original. And but then have the best opportunity later on with the queen or something. I don't know how to play chess. But you want to have the queen left, I assume, and the king as well. And that is what they are doing. That was a fantastic analogy. Drive through penalty for not leaving racing lead for Paul Lee. That was the incident we saw down at turn 2, or up at turn 2, earlier on in a couple of laps ago. They can see in lap 11 has already gone back to the pits. Of course, both of those cars that were involved in that crash. Stephen Kokoschk then, who was the one who slowed down then. So it was Lee who was moving across then, I believe, on Kokoschk, which they have decided on. That will be just going from bad to worse for Paul Lee there. Now you can see JP Simshed, thanks to Scott Newton for correcting that on our time screens.
Yeah, Alex Court doing a really good job. He's closed the gap down quite a long way up to Stephen Varga there for the Mach 1 Esports team, just in front. This time by only a tenth of a second in it. Court, though, with a really nice run down through the chase. Thinks about maybe going up the inside, not quite going to get that move completed, but the car definitely got a lot of pace in it. Last time by, nearly a second quicker than that of Stephen Vargas. So a lot of pace on board that car at the moment.
Battles have started to spread out a little bit, not a whole lot, just a little bit. We've still got some duels out there, but we're just setting into a rhythm now. Are these drivers we expect? I don't know, guys. Like 26 laps on a tank of fuel, perhaps. I assume that'd be about 50 minutes. I assume that's approximately the length that these drivers should be able to last.
I think it's a bit less than that, but I wouldn't be arguing with those numbers, Sam. It seems like pretty spot on to what we've had in most other Enduros so far. This battle here between Brenton O'Brien and Daniel Misdale is looking a bit spicy because Brenton seems to be slipping further and further back, already 3 down from his race start. So if Daniel doesn't slide the car like that again, he will probably be on the back of Brenton down the hill and probably into the chase.
And interesting as you watch those cars run down through the grate there. I think the DPR car's slightly better as far as setup's concerned at the moment. It doesn't seem to be porpoising as much as we're seeing from the ERT car. Nice ride control through the curbs there, and really closes that gap down to just on a tenth of a second as they drop through the dipper. This will be a good opportunity for him to maybe stink the car up the inside there, although O'Brien just moving it over into the apex there. So if Misdale can utilise the draft down here, definitely got a really solid opportunity to finally get past O'Brien. And we missed it a couple of laps ago. Stuart Vaughan actually managed to also get past O'Brien after his earlier issues, but we saw him get that big lock up down through the brakes as well. So O'Brien starting to struggle just a fraction.
Lasers up.
Yeah. Here we go. Does he make it? Out the other side. Oh, through the grass. That's not helpful.
Just drove it in a bit too deep and had to cut the corner slightly. Did Misdale. He was so late on the brakes. If anything, he could have probably broken a few meters earlier and still got the move done. And so he's going to have to restart it all over again. Was fortunate also leads out to Fishy Motorsports as well. And all this batting just costing these guys. This is part of the reason why maybe we did have a pack of from about 18th down to 25th earlier on, but very much spread apart now as the other drivers have seemingly been able to stretch their legs just ahead. And this is actually probably the only 5 car battle, I guess. This is at the moment out on the track. Oh, that's a massive incident, and someone's got stuck in the wall, and that's going to be a safety car, I believe. That's the RRT Bow Repairs Racing Team. which has just got stuck to the wall. We saw it at Watkins Glen, we've seen it on the near damage model, and it's quite frustrating because it's obviously not the most realistic thing in the world, at least with this arm coat. So here was Josh Morgan then, the car ahead of him, the Beau Perez car. Does he? Oh, well, I think the Beau Perez car moves a little bit across, to be honest. Morgan feels guilty for it straight away, and that car, is it still stationary in the wall? It may have got back going again. If it was the David Baxter car, then I think they might be back running. There it is. Yeah, that was the car that went off. So they didn't get properly attached to it. Then they were able to pull away. That's the second time in this race where we've been ready to call the safety car, but instead we can afford to just hang on for a little longer.
Yeah, and that incident was actually set up by the exit that Baxter managed to get through the final corner there. He ran it quite wide, got up over the curb, and allowed the Fisher Motorsports car to come through. But contact at the end there, I think what we were seeing was the guys trying to get back to the racing line, thinking they'd potentially cleared. Unfortunate for Baxter there to be put into the wall. Hasn't got any damage as far as the engine is concerned. By looks, it's not pushing a huge amount of smoke out the back of it. However, they will definitely want to get in sooner rather than later to try and get that repaired. So look for that car to come down the lane at the conclusion of this lap.
The absent bonnet's not a good look for them.
Because we have two faster pairs, these drivers, so we'll be able to get that fixed instantly. And unfortunately, they had to do the entire lap before they could come into the pits, using them a bit more time. It's no, it's not Talyancic. So Ben Christiansen for ANZ Motorsports. So actually, no further action for that one. So neither driver seemingly didn't leave enough room. It's a slightly bit, as we have at Bathurst and around a number of Australian circuits, the track limit's kind of a bit of a wavy line down the straight. So it's not drawn with a ruler necessarily. It's not drawn with the contours of the of the land that you're placing it on, and so probably just a slight jink in the start-finish line on that occasion. Hence why there's no penalty. Brian Borg for Premier Racing Team. Is that a move? Yeah, that is a move on DPR Racing down Lob. They started ahead, did Premier Racing Team, but Lob got ahead on the opening lap. Finally, on the lap 17, Brian Borg has been able to get back ahead. PRT up into 8th place. They've been very impressive throughout these enduros this season.
Yeah, we watched the run down Conrod Straight where this pass initiated. Brian with a huge run down the inside, uses a little bit of the side draft to help pull that car up, actually gets the move completed long before they go into the braking zone down at Conrod there, and Darren Lobb just conceding that one, but hasn't lost a lot of advantage since. But it's been a very solid run there from Borg. And Premier Racing Team, we don't speak a lot about them throughout the course of the race. They just seem to get knuckled down and push on, and that's evident of that again here tonight, up that one spot, as you mentioned, into 8th now. And just ahead of them, Andrew Dyson and Brendan Christensen, who looked like, I thought I heard a little bit of tyre squeals. They worked their way up through the cutting there for both of those drivers. They're only about a second and a half up the road now.
Not a lot separating those cars at the front of this train, Ben Christensen and Andrew Dyson in the DPR racing car. Only 0.4 of a second behind. It gets tighter as we close up down through the dipper and on the run to Forest Elbow. You should see if Ben blocks, as he does, a little bit wider than the ideal line. So he's definitely sending the message that he doesn't want to let this position go, and Andrew Dyson's going to have to make his intentions clear, trying to cling on to that slipstream down the massively long Conrod Straight.
Is there like a perfect line through Forest Elbow in these supercars? Because I know in other cars, I mean, I've driven the 12 hours a couple of times around the circuit in the Porsche Cup car, and into Forest Elbow, it's generally accepted. You can go a number of different ways. You can drive it in deep, take a slightly tighter angle. You can maybe take a bit more brake initially, and then open up the corner when you get down to it. Is in the supercars, is there kind of one way that everyone agrees that that's the perfect way you can do it?
If you want maximum speed, you go wide and then early apex and nail the throttle as soon as you can. If you want to block, then you hold it close to the wall and block that position for as long as you can.
Yeah, and a lot of that also comes into too how you get your run down off the hill. If you can get the car up the inside. Darren Lobb, though, just about losing position, actually pushes Hins just a fraction wide there in that Zuba car. No, the lights instantly flash. Damien Johnson now gets up to the back of Hins as well. So we saw those two previously with positional changes, and we'll see them come through. But Lobb just doing enough to hold that car out, and lucky it didn't end badly there for Hins.
We did see a move well, we didn't see a move, but we saw a move on the time chart, at least, between DPR Racing and ANZ Motorsport. So DPR now up into 6th place. Up 2 places from their start, and ANZ, who were running as high as 4th place earlier on in the event, continue their decline down the order, down into 7th place now. And we might even see a replay of how it happened. Drove it in a bit too deep, did Christiansen's. And Dyson just about managed to have the perfect launch and got ahead into Hell Corner. So I do love that livery to be fair on the DPR machine. It sorry, the ANZ machine. Sorry, that's like especially good.
Wayne Taylor doing a really nice run down through the S's there, up 1 spot from where he started, currently 25th, closing the gap to Bailey Freed just in front of him in the Mark 1 Esports car, just ahead of those guys. We've also got David Coleman for Fishing Motorsports as well. We'll get a warning, Daniel Misdale, for unsafe track re-entry, so it's a little bit interesting. We didn't see where that occurred, but we'll keep an eye on that later on. Wayne Taylor just thinking about a move there, not quite able to get it done. So run down through the chase, closes the gap up further though under brakes. It's interesting to see not taking that curb on the inside to try and help the exit.
As Norrie said earlier on, that's not a gap.
Interesting to see it pull out as the move gets done here. A little bit of a lock up and down the inside. He'll have to run into Hell Corner. You want to hope he gets it done, because that was an invitation if ever I've seen one. And Bailey Field seems to have revoked that and said, nope, you can't have it, I'm keeping this.
Was almost too close on that occasion, had to get out of the dots himself, did Taylor, in order to avoid the back of the car ahead. It's again dipping into the slipstream, pulls out. Any luck on this time? These guys are now 1 minute 8 off the lead, so they've lost over half the time, so probably by about lap 40 they are going to be 1 lap down in this race. But we could have a random safety car by that time, or we could have a legitimate safety car by that time. There are going to be at least 2 of them today. So far we haven't seen any, despite a couple of very close calls, a couple of times where I thought that drivers were going to be stranded out on circuit and we were going to need a safety car, but so far none have been needed in today's season finale. And so yeah, we continue on our way. I guess we should tune in on the race leaders. Logitech G Autos Esports 3.4 seconds now ahead of the rest of the order. On that last lap they extended the gap over United Esports by 0.4 of a second. It should be noted though, the pace in this part of the race might not be very reflective of the pace at the end of the race. It is so hot at the moment. 48 degrees track temperature we saw earlier on. You can see how bright it is out there. It's down to 46 now. The way he sets up the car in these conditions compared to the low 30 degrees track temperatures that we're going to see later on in the race, it's quite different. It's quite different. So we might see a change of the order by the end of the race, and of course driving style as well, just how drivers prefer to drive. It may well change up the order. But at the moment, in this part of the race, Brady Myers has got the advantage. United Sim Sports in second place. Synergy Sim Racing doing a good job in third, are still losing time to the front runners, but a comfortable third at the moment. Pursuit Sim Racing in fourth, and Pursuit Sim Racing in fifth as well. Lapping very similarly to one another at the moment, very much consolidating those fourth and fifth places, best of the rest at the moment. Then it's a DPR Racing, ANZ Motorsports, who have been dropping down ANZ. They're now under pressure from a Premier Racing team as well. It's the battle for 7th place. Gonway Motorsports and Synergy Sim Racing rounds out the top 10 places at the moment. By the way, fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 3.7 set by Brady Myers for Logitech G Altus Esports. So go load up a test session, put yourself on 20 degrees track temperature. You'll probably be able to go faster than that, and then you can say that you could beat anyone in this order. That's what I recommend, at least, if you want a bit of a confidence boost.
It's a good way to go about it. I'm not sure it's working because these guys are actually battling for the prize, but it's a good way to go about the confidence boost.
Put a little less fuel in as well, and away you go. No, maybe try to stay similar conditions to this. It's extremely tricky to keep it out of the walls. Down lob for DPR Racing. Have they come into the pits? Yes, they have. If we go to pit lane 2, just see the car go on by. There you are. The lovely people of Bathurst. They really do look like that in Australia. Darren Lobb will come to a stationary stop then, and we'll get some new tyres on. This is pretty well 42.5 minutes, maybe a couple of laps early, but looks as though this could be maybe a 5-stop one.
But they could be going for a different strategy. They could be working back from the end of the race, not dealing with everyone else's strategy of going from the front of the race. So it could be an ideal strategy for them. We'll wait and see.
Certainly, the undercut could be powerful.
Well, definitely. I mean, we saw that in the esports race on Wednesday night, that the advantage of the tyres early on paid big dividends, and I think we'll see that again here tonight. For these cars, it's just a matter of how hard you push on them early on and whether you can keep the life in as a result of that later on. But let's then quickly point to with Darren Lobb dropping well out of the battle here, because it wasn't that long ago that we saw him just behind Brian Borg there. So might have had a little bit of coming together on the top of the hill, which ultimately meant that earlier stop. But for this battle at the moment, Brent Christensen's still putting in some pretty consistent lap times, a little bit slower than what we're seeing out the front, but Borg doing a great job at the moment, really close the gap down 0.4 of a second, and that was quite a little bit longer or bigger a little bit longer ago. And these two looking very, very good. They're actually, if anything, closing the gap slowly to Andrew Dyson just in front of them.
Always a big question in these endurance races when you have a faster pair available is, when do you take the faster pair? You got a little bit of a nick on the front bumper. Is it worth taking the faster pair on that occasion, or should you just leave it to your next pit stop? Of course, all the drivers will have their own choices. And if you feel confident in yourself that you're not going to make a mistake later on, then you probably will not. Then you probably will take the faster pair and get the clean car, or you might want to save it later on. But yeah, 2 faster pairs for these teams. They can't afford a couple of mistakes. Certainly, all of them will be used around this Bathurst circuit, because to survive this race without at least a 0x is very, very tricky to do. JP Sim Shed onto the back of map 1. This is for 16th place now. Varga versus Court. Court's been pretty quick. It wasn't a fantastic start for him. I think Varga actually started behind, but got ahead, I believe, on the first lap. I don't think it was a good start for Adsport. He was certainly running outside the top 20 earlier on. But ever since then, he's been able to make some very good moves through the order. Oh, actually, out in the lead, Logitech G Altus Esports. What has happened to them? Has there been an issue? They've lost the lead. It's United Sim Sports at the head of the field, and I wonder if Brady Myers has hit the wall here on lap 22.
They are hemorrhaging a huge amount of speed at the moment in the Altus car, because I mean that gap only a lap ago was out to 3 seconds. We cut back to a replay of what was involved in that. Coming through some lap traffic down through the elbow, gets involved, rotates one of the redback racing cars, has to park as he gets the car up against the Falcon tyre signs, and ultimately losing the lead there, gets the lights flashed. I don't quite think that move was on. That being said, though, you've got to afford the race leaders some leeway as you work your way through, especially as the lap down car. Here's another view from on board, and the speed that Myers had, absolutely a lot quicker than what we're seeing from that RRT car.
That looks pretty clear to me, at least. No, what was your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know what the RRT car was thinking. Generally, when the leader's coming through in that pace, you want to let them through and make their life as easy as possible. Looks like he hasn't even looked in the rear mirror and seen Myers, so it's a bit of a tricky one, that one. But this is the problem that Brady faces, being all out front on what he did face being at the front all on his lonesome, was that lap traffic wasn't going to make it easy for him.
So, see, I was thinking that it was mainly Myers' fault personally. So I think we got every viewpoint in the comms box there. So hopefully that's impartiality. At least that's a balanced opinion, if ever you've heard one. So hopefully the stewards will be able to make a swift decision on that. Might well see Myers, if he does get a penalty, have to come to the pit lane. Possibly on consecutive laps, and the lead that they once had, it's they have got the lead back, because we did see a pit stop for United Sim Sports, and as predicted, Bors and El Nabi got into the car. They do tend to change drivers at every stop, the United Sim Sports, such as the even matchness, that's the word, the equilibrium, I don't know. They're very equal, are their two drivers, so they just change at every stop, and they're very good at getting up to speed straight away. We're still hearing no penalty for Myers, but he may well come into the pits on this lap anyway, because the fuel is running out, the tyres are aging, and here he comes then into the pits. Brady Myers for his first pit stop from the lead. However, that's off the circuit, and he's almost into the wall, and now that's almost an impossible angle. And drivers are coming in behind. That's the Synergy car. And Brady Myers, I've never seen the pit entry dealt with quite like that. And two mistakes right at the end of this first stint have very much got rid of the race leader that they had, and now has left them at a big deficit.
Yeah, and he ran that entrance into pit lane very, very hot. You see him coming down here as we watch the replay. Gets the rears locked up. Reminds me a lot of one of Larry Perkins' final races, where he caught the tyre barrier at the entrance to pit lane just before he hung up the helmet. So lucky to get that car turned around. They've switched drivers, with James Scott now getting behind the wheel, but they have lost a huge amount of time as a result of that. They'd already dropped 3 seconds from that incident, which we saw at the elbow. How much further now are they going to fall behind the United Esports car, and potentially what ramifications is that going to have still with the championship, given that top two still fighting it out as hard as they were.
Unsurprisingly, United Sim Sports ahead, effectively in the lead, top of the drive, the top of the teams who have pitted so far. And second place will be Synergy Sim Racing. Logitech G AOSC Sports should stay in third out of the teams who have pitted, and they are now coming out of the pit lane. Premier Racing Team will be decently close, but they're still a decent far way behind. But still a few teams yet to come into the pits. We've got 2 Racing and JP Simshed, very much the most notable.
Yeah, Court just stepped sideways, got a big wiggle on the car as they got out there trying to avoid El Nabi coming through there, and lucky not to get collected into it. We've got one of the redback cars just ahead as well, as El Nabi is able to start adding some distance. Keep in mind though that car of Alex Court still yet to come down the lane for their stop, so they're in their own little fight at the moment, but El Nabi getting on with business straight away and making hay while the sun shines.
So we've got a 4-hour time limit, as always, on this race. Just checking we do. Yes, we do. No admin errors. So we need to complete a quarter of the race within the first hour in that case. And a quarter of 104 is 26. Yeah, it is 26. I can do maths. 26, so they're comfortably going to be able to do 26 laps. So it looks as though we are going to get all 104 laps in this race. Of course, it is quite a high-speed circuit, this. But of course, at Montreal, which you can't think is quite a high-speed circuit anyway, apart from the first few corners, I guess. We were limited on time. I guess if we have like 7 safety cars, we might be limited. But so all 104 laps will be played. So very much looks as though it will be a 5-stopper for each of these teams, because everyone is now into the pits. Zuba Racing Team, DPR Racing, RRT Berepairs, ERT and Mac 1 all coming into the pits. JP Simshed, have they pitted yet? Oh, they have done, to be fair, and they were just overtaken by Pursuit Sim Racing. Short pit stop actually for JP Simshed. That's why they were ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing. Managed to jump them in the pit stops with a 7-second shorter pit stop. That's just the amount of fuel that the drivers put into the car. Some teams will put more into the car than others, but Pursuit Sim Racing do get back ahead, back up into 5th place.
Yeah, and with the pit stop starting to cycle through now, and well, actually the majority of the field already coming through, that incident that we saw for Logitech has dropped them down into 13th position at the moment, and almost 30 seconds behind, or just over 30 seconds, sorry, behind our current race leader, which is now back to Forza El Navi. So they've got a lot of work to do to get back into this one. They're desperately going to be praying for a safety car sooner rather than later to help recompress that field. But with Scott now on board, be interested to see. We'll give it a lap or two to get the pace back up into that car, but they are going to be flying. El Nabi last time by a 2:03.77 on the new rubber. He was only a thousandth of a second behind the best lap in that car previously set by Harley Haber.
El Nabi all by himself, 13 seconds clear. 18 seconds for Logitech, which will take a couple of stints to catch up at least. You think in that first stint they managed to build about a 5-second lead, I think, before the mistakes from Myers. They did start off a couple of seconds behind it as well. So maybe we're upwards of 10 seconds quicker, I think, across the stint. So yeah, it's going to take a couple of stints. However, safety car could be round the corner. A competition one or a legitimate one will at least be one by the end of the race. So it's certainly not over for Logitech GR2. It's just made it a little bit more tricky for them. And at the moment, United Esports, would be the team's champions for this season 8 of the AOSC Super Series, sponsored by Acuta, of course. James Scott already pretty much confirmed as the drivers' champion. Has been a faultless season from Scott, apart from maybe an engine blow up at Belle Isle, but he was able to drop that round. So I believe all the rounds that he has got included, I think, all being top 5s, which is a remarkable season put together by him. I'm sure he would love to win the team's championship as well, for the team that was known as ERT was very much changed to Logitech GR's Esports though mid-season, as we ride on board with a tanked SRT. No further action between Myers and Dillal, so I guess the average opinion, I think Daniel was right on that one in the end. I was very much against Myers. Noi was for Myers, and Daniel was a bit on the fence. In the end, no penalties given to anyone on that occasion. That is some relief for Brady Myers and for Logitech GR's Esports, because that could have been a bit worse for them. That could have been another 20 seconds or so down the drain.
So do we take that as a collective win?
Yeah, we were right.
Well, I guess the advantage there, we've still got 3.5 or 3 hours to go. I'm sure we're going to get a few more in the bag that might quite go in the same realm as that. Craig Anspach, however, on the hood view at the moment, coming down Conrod, sitting in 15th position at the moment, which is where they started that car. Been a very quiet run for these guys. Just last time in down for their pit stop, and a change of driver there. looking very good under brakes and closing back up on Cameron Stewart in the EXG Motorsports car. So little fight starting to heat up for 14th position, but with 55 minutes in the bag, we're really starting to see quite a few gaps up and down throughout the course of this field. That being said, Marlon McMullen and Adam Briggs, I think it is, getting involved in a fight here on the run up to turn 2. Not quite going to get that move done up through Griffins, but slowly setting up for the run into the cutting just in front of them as well. Kobe Jones for ANZ Motorsports as well. So these guys scrapping pretty nicely just outside or just at the back end of the top 10, but plenty of opportunity to see that DPR car come back through the field.
ANZ with a shorter pit stop compared to these other drivers. We had Premier Racing Team stationing for 5 seconds longer. DPR Racing were stationing for 8 seconds longer. And then the now a 6th place running team. That's why they are a little bit behind at the moment. But yeah, trying to close that gap. 1.6 seconds they get there with yeah, very much these two drivers coming with them. You can see how close it is still, pretty much between 9th and 16th place, all heading down the hill to the Conrad Straight. As we are now on lap 28, so over a quarter the way through this race, and like I said earlier on, provided that we don't have any safety cars, we should comfortably get to the end of the race without the time running out. We're expecting a 5-stop for these drivers. Usually fuel usage will increase as the race goes on because it's so hot still at the moment. Track will warm up as the race goes on. The drivers will start to use a bit more throttle, be able to make a little bit later into the corners, get on the power a bit earlier, and very much be able to go faster and faster as this race goes on. So fuel will start to be limited a little bit more. Reese Keane for DPR, they're being caught up by JP Sims shed as well at the moment, with repairs just ahead as well.
Yeah, it's a good solid run for these guys down in the 20th position. I'm still keeping an eye, as you mentioned, about the lap times before and the pace starting to increase. We're already seeing that at the front end of the field as well. You know, Haber last time by, still the only car in the 203s lapping around the circuit, so not holding back, and the temperature's only starting to drop as we move further through the virtual afternoon here. Reese Keane doing a good job, getting a nice run on the exit of turn 1 there. Fires off up Mountain Straight for the 28th time so far tonight, and they're having a really good effort. The car's looking straight, good pace so far, and they'll definitely want to keep their march forward up 7 or 5 spots from where they started, just ahead. Marty Hansen now up 8 spots, so these guys have had a very good run early on.
ERT car currently running in 23rd place, of course, down 10 places. I believe that was the car which... what happened to that ERT car, in fact? It wasn't O'Sullivan running at the start. Was that the one that misjudged the chase earlier?
That was Brian Borgen. That was the 027 United car that misjudged the chase.
Right. So something happening to ERT as well, being a pretty action-packed race so far as this one. And yeah, certainly looking forward at the moment to the next week build on iRacing. If you haven't already signed up to iRacing, certainly do. It's like 10 quid or $10, something like that, for a 3-month subscription, and some pretty exciting updates as well coming. Unfortunately, no new damage model for these cars, which is a little bit of a shame. But I hope to see that be released pretty soon as well. Maybe some tweaks to the tyre model as well. And also Road America as well, getting a little bit of a redo, which might well be in the calendar next season as well. So very exciting stuff coming up.
quite interested to see Andrew Gillingham and James McKee have sort of closed up and come together in this driver's set when Priya and Taliangic were in the car. They're a bit further spread apart, so working together now, I'd imagine, both the teams, and pushing forward onto the back of James Scott and that Logitech Altus GE Sport car ahead.
Yeah, they're not far behind anymore, and on that last lap, we're only a couple of tenths of a second slower. Of course, no worries for a drive through penalty anymore for Logitech, but certainly if they had got that penalty, which was pretty marginal, would have been sitting behind these drivers. Now, Dan, this is the tricky situation. This is a very different race for Pursuit than it was earlier on. They've got two different drivers in the car. We know that Gilliam is arguably the second fastest driver in this series, only behind James Scott. I think Harley Haber and Forza Al-Nabi will have some arguments with that one. But is it not better to allow Gilliam past McKee so he can potentially go and put a lot more pressure on Scott, because he has established himself this season as being a faster driver than the guy ahead of him at the moment?
Yes and no. I mean, at this point in time, both drivers up in very, very consistent lap times. If anything, slight favour in pace at the moment to Mackie. Could work out good for Gilliam, though, to save a little bit of fuel and maybe look at their opportunities later on in the race. At this point in time, while they're not nose to tail, I think leave them as they are, and we'll continue to see the guys work their way forward. I mean, overall pace at the moment between both, only about 2/10 difference, so not a lot in it. That being said, I'm sure if we see that gap start to close up, there'll probably be a little bit of discussion there, but knowing the teammates and how they operate, they'll just do a quick switcheroo. Probably best spot here down Conrod Straight, easiest opportunity to reverse roles if required, but for the time being, no real need to do that as they continue on. Further down the field, though, the ERT car in a world of trouble here at the moment. We've got JPS Simsheds involved, Redback Racing, and Reese King just in front, so really good four-car battling.
Just remember that was, of course, Brenton O'Brien, wasn't it, in the ERT car earlier on, who I think just was struggling for pace. Maybe it was O'Sullivan who set the qualifying time, because O'Brien seemed to really be out at sea for that first stint. Maybe didn't like the hot weather conditions, and was just dropping places, dropping like a stone down the order. However, have made up one place then, has Ryan O'Sullivan so far. He's got a couple of others potentially he could get past as well. Also just behind Paul Lee for Riot Sim Racing, who got the penalty earlier on. That's good recovery from Lee. Oh, well, actually, it's a lap down. I thought he was much closer than that. Wait, no, is he a lap down? No, it's not a lap down. He's absolutely fine as Lee. So he crashed earlier on, then got a penalty. But Riot Sim Racing still on the lead lap and still in 26th place. So good job from Lee after that incident. I really thought that they would be a lot lower down than that by this point in the race. And next up for them are Gone Rogue Motorsports with Christian Smart at the wheel.
It's the benefit of having a 2-minute something lap and a pit lane which is a bit shorter than that. Won't go a lap down, but it's nice to see them back in the battle pack, moving their way up the field and trying to line up a bit of a move here. So they're working their way back into it.
That was the back marker of Tank SRT, David Walk, just letting those guys past. See how close ERT are to bow repairs. 21st, 22nd, and in fact ERT do move ahead. It's the final corner, so move on to their 31st lap of the race. That's one more place gained for them. Can certainly still get maybe even a top 10 for ERT. Oh, that's a move. It's that Tank Test RT moving past EXG, I believe. I think that is a proper move for position. It is. Cameron Stuber losing out to Craig Anspach, and well, we were critical of another driver who made that move down at that corner earlier on, and once again it's a tight one, but it's worked out.
It's not often you'll see two. Sorry, Daniel.
No, I was going to say, yeah, you don't see that very often, but Struber are going to have to be very, very cautious on the run down the hill because Jamie Stelveld right behind, looking to also set up a move on that position as well.
Just with the replay with Craig Anspach and Cameron Stuber.
Very cautious from the EXG car.
You
But
have
wide.
to be. You have to be. The camber of the road and the way the corner tightens up, you can't ever risk it. I've seen too many people try there and too many people fail over the time.
So remember, one of my 12 hours of Bathurst came to an end at that corner when trying to overtake a lapped car, I think, went around the outside. I wasn't driving, I would say. I don't make mistakes, I am an exceptional driver. But our driver tried to go around the outside and just got slipped into the wall. As we see, the Pursuit Sim Racing guys switch positions. I don't think it was choreographed necessarily, but Gillian faster, and he moves up into 4th place. He is 26 seconds off the lead, which isn't that big a margin. It was on James Mackey. Had to go to the outside. Maybe it was choreographed a little bit of a lift off there, and moves ahead, but very little time lost by those guys with that overtake.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they trade it back later on in the race. See if McKee and Frere will get over Gillingham and Talyangic if they've got pace, but they might just let Gillingham and Talyangic take that position and take those points, given they're still in that endurance championship hunt.
This battle with Lee and Delaney still going on. Lee just moving that car through into turn 1. Delaney not quite going to get the advantage of the toe down Mountain Straight, so he's going to have to work across the top of the hill and maybe look for a run here down Conrod Straight. We might stick on board here because this will be a good opportunity to get an idea of how the cars are working their way up and over the hill here. And I reckon for all the viewers out there, if you want to hear the sound of the V8s, this is probably a great time. Turn it up, have a listen.
Delaney will be delighted that we picked up on that mistake.
What a catch.
Oh, well done. Good pun. By the way, there was a mistake. Was there a mistake? Well, there was. There was only a change of position. I think DPR got ahead of JP Simshed, potentially. Maybe not. I'm not sure. I didn't see any changes of position on that last tour rounds. But a little bit of movement, maybe further up the order. United Sim Sports then. Jane McKnight now at the helm of that car. That's not the United Sim Sports. No, is it? It is United Sim Sports. They were a privateer listed earlier on. Or were they? I don't know.
They're the ones that ran off at the beginning.
Aha. So they are now in 16th place. So actually recovered pretty well because they were down in 24th. EXG next up for them. Just one of the EXG cars. Cameron Stuber.
It's good that Jim McKnight's jumped away from the YouTube chat where he's ribbing on us and jump back in the car, doing what he does best, driving that Holden Commodore around the 6.213 Ks of Bathurst, tracking the back of Cameron Stuber, like you say, Sam, and he's a little bit of a locker. He's going to have to pull his finger out if he's going to maintain the gap in front of Stovall there in the other pursuit car.
With the lap pace advantage that McKnight's got at the moment, I mean, he was 3 seconds quicker last time by than Stuber as well. So the car working very nicely for him at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him getting a move done down through the chase this time by. Actually goes early there. As you see the EXG car running very, very wide through turn 2, and that's an easy one for McKnight to pull off.
Didn't even look like he needed to pull a sweat for that one. He just moved over and said, "Here you go, Jamie."
Some cloud cover for the Jazz. It'll take there's plenty of lag, of course, on the track for when it cools down, but it'll certainly help the grip perhaps improve down to 42. It's really decreasing quick. It's only 20 past 3, but I think it's these occasional patches of cloud cover which is cooling the track down quite significantly. It has gone down 6 degrees since the start of the race, maybe even more than that, because I don't think we checked out the start of the race, but certainly 20 minutes in. It's up at 48 as Premier Racing Team up into 7th place now. They moved past ANZ Motorsports, who dropped 1 more place, although they certainly haven't been bad at ANZ. They qualified up in 4th place, so they just outpacing themselves, I think, in that regard. In the race, they have been competitive. And Premier Racing Team doing what they do best, now up 2 places from their start, pounding in the lap times, and yeah, up 1 more place.
Sent Ben a quick text after that first opening stint and found out what's going on in that ANZ car. He's not happy with the turn-in, so he's struggling a little bit. Interesting to see if Kobe can get around those issues in his stint.
Stuber and Stovall still continuing their little scrap. You can see McKnight now getting clear last time by, really cleared off in the distance. Stovall, though, struggling, if anything, just a touch to try and get that car done. He's going to have to work for this one up around the outside. Stuber goes very defensive on the run up to 2, and Stovall got good pace advantage, just going to struggle a little bit to get it done here, but look for a move very, very quickly between these two and possible change of position.
I can imagine Cameron saying, "I've already let one Jamie past, I'm not letting another one pass so quickly." So you'll make Stovall work for this one, but it looks like it's closing up and it's going to be on our doorstep in a very quick moment. It's a good view to see the cars just drop straight down the mountain. They've really got to work at that at the wheel to get through it nice and cleanly. The walls are so very close on each side. That's that line I was telling you about before, Sam, where you've got to be really nice and tight to the apex to get the maximum run down. As Jamie Stovall is going to be using all of Cameron Stuber's slipstream.
So it looks one way, now it goes the other, couldn't quite catch before the kink, and then it's very much single file. Going to quite defensive though, EXG. We have barely seen any defensive driving all day from anyone. But track position may be increasing in importance as the minutes tick by, even though it's still got about 2.5 hours of this race remaining. Good exit again, has to go the long way. But he's already got his car ahead, and I think that'll be quite comfortable down into turn 1, into Hell Corner. On the outside he goes, just avoids contact, and that's a very nice move there from Jamie Stovall for Pursuit Sim Racing up into 15th place. I was just looking back at the calendar for this season. I was just wondering, for you guys, what's been your favourite race? of the season? And that's quite a big question. We've had 15 rounds. This could still end up being the best race of the season, of course. But anyone's that really step out to you? Nori, I'll ask you first, as Daniel's got a few extra rounds to rack his brains through. You commentated the last few rounds. I mean, but I'm sure have watched rounds previously as well. Any races that you really enjoyed?
I've got to say, I've only been as a move here from Bradley Vaughan. Is that on the back marker? Is that? Nope, that's for position. Well done, mate. Yeah, sorry. I've only been in the commentary box since Imola, but the round before at Belle Isle was my favourite. It had everything, had close walls and good, clean racing with a few upsets right at the end. So that was my favourite.
I think Belle Isle may have been my favourite as well, but I can't go the same as you. So I enjoyed Montreal. I believe it was Haver versus Scott, or maybe it was El Nabi versus Scott. That was really good in the closing stages of that race. Also Watkins Glen, where we saw Scott hold off for the lead. That was an epic race as well. But I'm going to go for Barcelona, just because it went so crazy late on with Altus having issues, and I believe one of the other teams as well having problems. Premier Racing team getting onto the podium. And considering that the first 100 laps we didn't see a safety car, it wasn't the most exciting race in the world. The fact that it got so exciting and mixed up the orders so much in the closing stages perhaps just takes the biscuit, but it's very close. Daniel, what about you?
Well, you both took the ones that I was going to pick, because you hit the nail on the head with both of them. Barcelona for an endurance had absolutely everything that you could want in an endurance race. You know, it had safety cars at the back end, as we see a move here with Bird and Jones. It had action once it came down. We saw a few little mistakes at the very end. It had everything, and you see that move getting done nicely up the inside for the ANZ car after their pit stop, which, mind you, they're the first of our front runners to come in for their second stop tonight as well. But then we went off to Belle Isle. Street circuit, what more could you ask for? It had everything. We saw some big incidents through the infield. We had an engine blow up that could have been a race win. It had it all. So I think for me, those are the two standouts. Obviously, we've still got Bathurst yet to come, and we've got a long way left in the clock here, 2 3/4 hours remaining. So there's still every chance that this could sneak up, and we'll have 3 top races. So who knows?
Any of you in the watching along have any favourites this season? Do let us know in the chat. It will certainly be fantastic to get your opinions, even if you're a driver, perhaps. Still, you might be a bit biased, but no, still would be very interesting to hear what you guys think is the best round of the season. But certainly been no bad rounds this season. Every single one has absolutely delivered, and hope you have enjoyed the past 4 months or so that we've been broadcasting this, 5 months even. Of course, next season as well will be coming up pretty soon as well, and it will once again be on the iRacing Esports Network and presented by Apex Racing TV, which is absolutely fantastic news. Certainly going to be enjoying bringing you the action once again next season. Bit strange at the moment with James Scott. I looked occasionally at his lap times. You can see there's quite a big scrape there, isn't there? He's actually hit the wall. I saw him lap about 2 seconds off the pace a few laps ago. Wonder if he could get like a lap chart, or maybe the gap to Synergy Sim Racing up ahead. There you go. So actually, maybe it was a few more than a couple of laps ago, but I do think he did a 2:07, or maybe like lap 31 or lap 32. And hasn't closed the gap to Ross a whole lot, still at 4.5 seconds, and actually lapping slower than the race leader. So yeah, it's quite tricky at the moment for James Scott. This is perhaps the most almost vulnerable we've seen him all season.
Yeah, as we look at the well, I was going to say too, the lap gap that we've got in the timing screen down at the bottom there, you can see where that big incident was. It was lap 33, a big jump as far as distance is concerned. He has been able to slowly peg it back even with that damage. So the car doesn't look to be too hurt. It might have dented the confidence a little bit over the course of the lap, but they are starting to recover a little bit now.
And it's uncharacteristically not James Scott. That's, I think, that what's making it stand out here is that normally he'd be straight back into it with that confidence he was exuding at Watkins Glen and Imola and other tracks where they just knew they had the pace to get the job done. So interested to see when that comes back to them if Myers gets back in the car a bit later in this race.
It's arguably been the first race. Well, I don't know, I was about to say this has been the first race where the 88 car hasn't been the fastest. Because I think they were on course for winning at Barcelona, then had a late issue. They were on course for winning at Imola, but had the engine blow up. They were ahead earlier on, but I think to say that they were faster than United Sim Sports is perhaps an exaggeration, seeing that it was just Myers versus Haber. Now that we've got Scott versus El Nabi, it almost seems as though El Nabi's got the advantage. It's very tricky to judge out there, but perhaps this is their least dominating round. Certainly the round that they've had the least pace advantage of the Enduros so far this season. You can see white down the timing screen. Not here though. ELT back ahead of KIF for a moment. But a moment later, they are overtaken once again, just driving it in too deep. This is Ryan O'Sullivan trying to recover after Britton O'Brien's struggling start to the race. And he's obviously not going to be able to overtake around this part of the track. Just going to have to line it up for the backstream.
It was a very fleeting pass. He'll be hoping once he makes that move again that it's a bit more permanent. But Ryan O'Sullivan really pushing to get through past on Matthew Deere here. The ERT car want to be much higher up. I know Brenton will want to be much higher up.
Watch the guys work their way down off the hill. Actually, O'Sullivan able to close up on the run through the elbow there. He's going to be in a prime spot here. We look out through the rear suspension of Matt Deere's KRF Motorsports car. He's going to have a really good opportunity with the draft advantage to get this move done. He edges closer just before they get to the chase, throws it out wide, and this will be a easy run up the inside here. Shouldn't be too hardly challenged. Moves it over just a fraction and gets that move completed nicely under the braking zone there, and that will see that car promoted now up into 19th spot. So continuing to slowly work their way back up through the course of the field and doing a very nice effort. We have also got the United Esports car with Jamie McKnight in the lane. Driver swap for those guys as well, with Stuart Vaughan getting behind the wheel as well.
It's a car around at the back of the pit lane, Race King there.
Oh, there you are. Oh, that's the DPR car. How is this one? This is one of the most common mistakes. I assume he's just taking too much curb here. It's usually what drivers do. A little bit of curb. There's the grass, which really hurts him. Did a very good job at not hitting the wall. Screeching on the brakes. Oh, he's hit the wall again, I think. That was certainly a strange reaction from the car, though. Doesn't look particularly damaged, but no, that did look a bit strange. That was the other DPR car, in fact, of Philip Worley, and he's been overtaken now by Zuba Racing. That's for 9th place. DPR on that last lap did lose. Well, actually, they matched each other on that last time. Oh no, sorry, 6 tenths of a second slow. Yes, they have been caught by a while, and Philip Worley down into 10th place. So not a fantastic couple of minutes for DPR.
No, but they've shown some really good pace tonight, and I mean, they've already got one car up. Well, actually, both of their cars up inside the top 10 at the moment. So this will be a night to remember for them. They've still got a long way to go, obviously, but very, very good early on. Brett Loxton, though, going to be a tough competitor to see them coming back past. And can position that Zuva car very nicely on the circuit, and certainly going to make it difficult. They have got a little bit of lap traffic ahead of them, however, which could come into play here. And it'll be interesting to see whether Wally is able to take advantage of that across the top of the hill. We'll see whether the tank car moves out of the way and allows this battle to continue. So very smart awareness there. I think that might have been David Wack in the background there, just stepping sideways it is. So keeping an eye as these guys work their way through.
So we think this is a competition safety car. So the organisers before this race would have rolled some dice or something and picked names out of a hat, and would have got 2 competition safety cars, or perhaps even upwards of 3 or 4 competition cautions that we could have. And this is the first one then. No kind of incident competition, or no incident safety cars so far, but here we are with the first competition one. Straight into the pits is United Esports, and expect everyone to come into the pits. There's really no reason not to come into the pits unless you're a lap down. This might get a couple of drivers back onto the lead lap. So Stuart Vaughan for United Esports actually has just got back onto the lead lap. Also, Tony Gaffer, Stealth Simsports, has also got back onto the lead lap. And EXtreme Motorsports with Scott Clark might be able to also get on the lead lap. To be fair, they're still going to be stationary for another minute or so, Will Hay, but it's a long pit lane. It's going to be a long stop for these cars. Going to fill the fuel up right to the brim. And as expected, Lindsell's blowing his engine. And that's a very good time to blow your engine, isn't it? Because he's going to be able to get to the pit surely, although... he's going to have to coast. Come on, guys, give him a push. Extraordinary circumstances to blow the engine right there.
Yeah, the extreme.
They're going to have to push him because he's not going to get out of the way.
Well, this is going to really hurt Craig Anspach here coming through for Tanked SRT. I mean, he's going to be bottled up right behind here. Might be able to swing it through to the inside and work through under the limiter as he does going into the lane. But lucky there for Linsell to get that car all the way through. Probably the big advantage that we have seen with everyone jumping in the lane, that's brought the Altus Esports car back into contention. I mean, they were down quite a long way. They've used the fast repair because the car's looking quite resplendent now in the livery, and they find themselves not that far behind. And unlike, I think it was Barcelona, where we saw quite a few guys attempt to remain out with the safety car, everyone throughout the course of the field comes in now.
Does look like there's quite a few back markers between our leader at United and the Logitech cars. Synergy's in there as well.
Yeah, so by my count there, we've got 4 cars in between Harley Haber and Kyle Stokes. And for Stokes and Myers, currently second and third, they're not going to want to see those cars there at all. Unfortunately for those lap cars already being behind the leader, there's not much of a chance that they're going to get the wave around here as everyone works their way through. Nick Hausler also behind the wheel of the AOSC Acuta AMG Mercedes tonight as well. So good to see him out for the first time, turning a few laps.
Safety car already coming into the pits there. The only drivers who didn't come into the pits then were the drivers who were 1 lap down. So if you're 1 lap down and you have the leader who comes into the pits, if you stay out, then you basically unlap yourself. It's like incredible. So you may as well stay out and then pit on the next lap, which a lot of drivers are now doing, including Stealth Simforce and Pro Choice Automotive Racing. And by staying out and then pitting the lap after, you basically get onto the lead lap because everyone else will be under the safety car whilst you're in the pits and won't be able to re-overtake you. So it should go from about 18 cars on the lead lap to 20, well, not 18, or about 24. It's up to 27 now, I'm seeing. Unfortunate for Stephen Kokoschk, who was taken out earlier on in the race. He is the first driver 1 lap down. But pretty much, this is a reset. Everyone will have clean cars, assuming One of the cars didn't look so clean, one of the ERT cars. But pretty much everyone should have clean cars, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, and this is going to be a straight run to the finish. 62 laps to go, at least one more caution to go, and there could be a few extras as well. Just see the few stragglers trying to catch up to the rest of the order. The pace car is about to come into the pits. It's Haber's choice when to go. However, he's got to wait until after the next couple of corners. He can go after the chase, but he can't go before that. So if you're on the edge of your seat, recline slightly, because we have still got a little to go, and the tyres cooling down absolutely massively. These are fresh tyres for the drivers. They haven't been able to warm them up yet, and they're just going down to an absolutely ice cool temperature at the moment, despite the fact that the track is still pretty warm. Really going to be low grip as we're still just crawling round. Everyone is eager to get back going in this race, and even the 27th place car is almost going to be onto the back of these drivers by the time he catches up. So Haber now has the opportunity to put his foot down. He has got the back marker behind him. Carl Stokes is, I believe, 3rd or 4th in this queue of cars, and finally we are going to get back going. A couple of drivers straight away going into the pits as Haber gets us back running then on lap 43 in the Acuta AOSC Super Series season finale. And he's already 3 seconds clear of Carl Stokes. There is Stokes, who is under massive pressure from Logitech G Altus Esports, with Brady Myers back into that car. And he's right into the draft. This is a big moment in the race. If he can move back up into second place, the second place that Myers lost for them with a spin coming into the pits earlier on. Defensive goes the Synergy Sim Racing car. However, Myers going round the outside. This would be a phenomenal move if he could pull it off. There's almost contact between the two of them. It's a better exit for the 143 car and should be a better line. There's almost contact, and he just about manages to pull ahead. You wouldn't know that it's got over 60 laps to go, because that was mega tight racing.
Yeah, that lap down car, I believe, is Peter Latham as well. They're not going to want to see him out front for much longer, because this is really starting to hurt them as Stokes thinks about a move cheekily up the inside. He might have a look here just before they dip down over the dipper, but I don't think he's quite got that. But Myers very eager to get past here.
Through the dipper, Myers is applying all kinds of pressure to the back of Kyle Stokes, but Kyle Stokes is still trying to deal with that back marker. Getting down the inside now, that's a tight move, but they got it done cleanly.
Yeah, and also moving past was Taliancic and Freer, who both stayed in the car during their... No, they both got back into the car, sorry, during their pit stops. Pretty much everyone did change drivers. I guess you may as well, when there's less time for the energy through the cars as they head through the chase. Almost an overtake, in fact, between the two Pursuit Sim Racing drivers. Only half second ahead of Andrew Dyson as well. Very close behind as well, with Jones and Borg, Johnston, Hines, and Lobb as well. All in a very tight pack, with a few back markers still scattered around. And we might have to go back up to second place, because Stokes, this pressure is not leniating whatsoever. They have got another back marker to come up on at the moment to these drivers, which is a slight relief, because he will get the slipstream. Will Stokes, as he goes to the inside of the circuit again. Here comes down the inside, goes the Altus car. They make contact, and he spins round. It was an ambitious move. There was barely a car's width, and off. And Borg, I think, has also had to go round the long way, and Borg loses a couple of places when trying to avoid the spinning car there. And dropping down the order is Carl Stokes down to 11th position now. And, well, I was saying you wouldn't guess there were 60 laps to go. Well, you really wouldn't guess there were 60 laps to go, because that was like a last lap overtake.
Yeah, and a little bit of movement between both on the run up there. Stokes really didn't have much opportunity to get going. Might come into a little bit of trouble for the rejoin as well. not allowing everyone to go through. It looks like also one of the other Gone Road Motorsport cars in the fence following that contact as well, so that hurt them quite a bit. Here's the onboard from Johnson coming up into this little fight here, and you can see Stokes up on the outside and actually gets rotated, I think, from the Zuva car behind, and just has to stop and allow that whole field to cycle through.
So it shows we'll be looking at that Grady Myers incident. Got away with didn't get a penalty earlier on, did Myers, but we'll see what they think about that one. It's Carl Stokes now right into the depths of the battling pack. Not where he would want to be, in second place, so comfortably in second place as well. We're Synergy Sim Racing before the safety car. That's what safety cars do, they bunch up, things can happen. And he has got a long way to come back now. By the way, United Sims was with a 7-second lead now. Plenty of drivers, by the way, in this big pack are back markers, so this isn't all for position, but the majority, to be fair, are for position. It's very close.
Definitely spiced up this end of the racing with Carl Stokes now trying to get that position done on Scott Nolan. He's now got a long haul ahead of him to get back to where he was, but no doubt he's angry now and keen for the fight.
Almost put that car off in the fence on the Exeter too as well. Picked up the curb and spat it a bit sideways, so lucky not to have caught the wall much more on the exit, but he's now going to have to contend with the back marker of Peter Latham as well, and get that move completed all again if he wants to close back up to Brian Borg.
So quick it Stokes. Oh, we're going to see a move here. That was pretty brave. It was only on a back marker, but that is still gutsy to go for that overtake. So much faster. He's throwing caution to the wind. It's when you need your teammates just to get on the radio and just say, you know, think of the percentages and think of the long game. That's not what he's thinking at the moment. And he's absolutely flying his Carl Stokes. He's got some damage on that car, but you wouldn't know it. It's really close between Myers and Taliancic. So it's Taliancic versus Freer. Freer coming back at his teammate almost. With Andrew Johnston for DPR Racing and Kobe Jones very close as well. Stokes didn't overtake Borg, by the way, so they've stayed in 8th and 9th. However, I think it's only a matter of time until Synergy does get past Premier.
Racing incident declared for that move between Myers and Stokes. Gotta say, I disagree with race control on this one. I think that was ambitious from Brady, and that could have been avoided.
Well, we'll see as well if Stokes gets a penalty for the rejoin, which will also be looked at by the stewards.
Freer will try the move up on Freer will try the move on Taliancic. I'll get the names right. As we look at the DRP cars, it's going to look to see if he can have a lunge. He won't have the room. Freer will lead this train with the Kobe Jones in the ANZ car looking to...
Misdale with a penalty. That must have been with Johnston, I can only imagine. With that contact down into turn 2, so they're gradually getting through the incident that happened down at that turn 2 on the restart, or on the, I think it was on the second lap even wasn't it? And it's Daniel Misdale then with the penalty, the car number 73, currently running in 20th place for DPR Racing, but going to be a bit further down than that, going to pretty much be at the back of the drivers on the lead lap. I imagine once that drive through is served. Let's see how Freer has sprinted away now. He was faster in the first stint than Taliancic, but not by a whole lot. And then we saw the roll of reversals. We saw Gilliam actually be able to make the move on McKee in the second stint. So it's kind of weird. You expect those two to kind of yo-yo as the race goes on, changing positions. But Andrew Dighton now for DPR Racing has been very quick, really good round for DPR, at least for that for the 72 car. Looking past Talianchich at the moment, who does sometimes struggle to get the tyres up to temperature. Very good at making the tyres last, but to get them up to temperature, to have good pace early on in a stint, does sometimes struggle.
I've actually found it quite interesting looking at the way the team have positioned their drivers and who's quicker at what phase of the race. And judging by how this is going to go, I think with Talianchich switching over to Gilliam, they're going to be in a good stead come the back end of the race when they make their final driver pairing swap. So it's interesting to see how those two have played it. Andrew Dyson utilising the draft now up Mountain Straight, not quite close enough to get that position change done, but he is definitely starting to knock on the door. Likewise, Kobe Jones, and the recovering Kyle Stokes just sneaks one up the inside of Brian Borg down into turn 2. So he is pushing hard to get through. Last time by a 2:05.07. So second quickest car out in the field last time by. That being said, still a second slower than Brody Myers in second, but he is working hard to get that car back up to the pointy end.
Racing incident declared for cars 116 and 033. That must have been one of the other incidents that the GRM car got involved in at turn 2.
Yeah, that was on lap 45, so a couple of laps after the restart.
Yeah.
So yeah, not quite sure on what happened there. Of course, Johnson was the one who spun around, so maybe it was the one which was at down at turn 2. Not quite sure. Safety car deployed. And it looks like it's going to be another. Peter Latham for MF Racing. I believe it's stationary, about halfway round the lap. Now, do you come into the pits or do you stay out? There he is, and
Oof.
That's a blown engine. And that's the first proper safety car that we've got. Now, he kind of wants to get back going again. Oh, he should be able to get back going again then. So he should get back to the pits. But the safety car's already deployed, so that's what we're going to see.
I think for a lot of people, you've got the choice of staying out because you've only just completed that pit stop cycle. But then for some of the other lower down the field, they might choose to take the tyres and take the fuel and try and get a free ticket back into this race. Has Latham been helped here? EXG car behind. Oh, there's a push. There's a fence. There's a fishy car.
That was a ERT car, I think.
Yeah, that's a little bit of supercar pinball down off the top of the hill, and here's another look at that one. But definitely the initial contact, you see the EXG car coming through, just nudges that rear quarter panel. Fishy car lucky not to get off into the wall, and then that final contact really put an end to that one.
May have been David Coleman for Fishy Motorsports. Could have been Netcode potentially, because everyone based in Australia in this series, and Australian servers, so shouldn't be too bad. But there's always going to be a little bit of ping, so we'll see if that was netcode or whether it was a proper contact. Did see some drivers come into the pits then. I'm just thinking you've got 57 laps of the race to go at the start of this one. We've got stints of about 26 laps. You could almost do one more stop from now to the end of the race if you pit now. You would need another safety car, I think, to help you out to extend the fuel a little bit longer. But it could be possible. I'm just putting that out there. So that's it. We might see the drivers come in under this pace car, and like I said, a few of them have. We've got Redback Racing coming into the pits. Also Stuart Vaughan for United Esports. We've got Bjorn O'Brien for ERT. Ben Christiansen for ANZ Motorsports. We might see them fuel save in order to complete one less pit stop than everyone else to get to the end of the race.
It's going to be an interesting race. You've got a couple of really quick guys in a couple of really quick cars right at the front of the field. Haber leading them from Brady, who's got a point to prove, Tom Frere and Michael Talyantic in both pursuit cars, so they're going to be quick. And the DPR car in 5th. It's going to be interesting to see who's got the battle at the very beginning of this restart.
We're still on course to getting all the 104 laps in, so Daniel.
I was going to say, and also throw into the mix Kyle Stokes. I mean, we've seen the aggression that he's had following that contact at the start of the last safety car. He is working hard to get that car back, currently down in 8th, so I'd hate to see what fireworks are going to unfold if and when he gets up to the back of the LTC sports car.
Gene McKnight, one of the judges in the series, ruling out the one stop. Maybe it's pushing it a little bit too far. Would need a lot of fuel saving, but everyone else in the lead still on the same strategy. These are about 6 lap old tyres, but once again they will be pretty cold for this first lap. Haber approaches the restart line. He hasn't got Stokes behind him this time. He hasn't got a back marker behind him this time. He's got Brady Myers behind him. And already Haber defending almost. Now he goes and he should get on the racing line. That's a nice jump for him. Managed to catch Myers slightly unawares as we get going for that 49 of 104. It's round 16 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. Myers in 2nd place, Bria for pursuits in 3rd, and pursuits as well in 4th. Dyson very close for DPR Racing. Onto the back of Talyantic. He hasn't got much of a draft from up ahead. This might be Dyson's best chance yet at making the move for 4th position. You can just see him there. Looks to the inside. Dyson goes for it, but backs out and stays in 5th position for the time being. Stokes was under pressure actually from down lob, down into turn 2, so not quite the start that CNG Sim Racing wanted yet to make up any places. But very respectable driving from the top 10. Oh, off into the wall.
Bent.
On the back markers.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch who that car was. Looks like it has managed to get going again. But yeah, really awkward spot there. I was going to say Kyle Stokes did manage to get that move actually completed on Darren Lobb up through turn 2. So they are starting to push on further up the hill. Next in line, Thomas Hinz in the Ratu racing car. So actually Zuba. So keep an eye on that for a change of position, but Stokes is firing on all cylinders at the moment.
It's almost like he's taken the rule book and thrown it out the window. He's not going to break any rules. Oh, car's round.
Safety car. You're going to see a safety car. There might be a change of the lead as well, and depending on when the safety car comes out, this could change the order of this race, because Logitech G AOSC Sports have taken the lead. And now, yeah, that is the safety car, I think. If it came out a few seconds earlier, United would still be in the lead, but here we are, Logitech taking back the lead. However, now Haber moves back past, so maybe the safety car was deployed before the overtake, but it was really marginal. Premier Racing Team come into the pit, so maybe the one stop is possible from here. I'm not quite sure, because we've now got 55 laps of this race remaining, and 2 stops should add up to about 52 laps. So they've gone for it. Also gone rogue, Fishy and EXG as well, all coming into the pits. We might well see a few of the drivers who... Oh, and now we have another change. They don't know who wants to lead, and it is Logitech G AOSC Sports then back ahead. It seems as though the pace car then was deployed after they made the move.
Yeah, here's a replay of what unfolded with the action as everyone working their way off the top of the hill, riding on board with one of the EXG cars. They fly over the top, down through Skyline. We've got Mach 1 Esports involved in it. DPR Racing there, gone rogue. Motorsports as well. Everyone single file working their way down the hill here. All good at this point, and then we're closing in on where that incident unfolded. And it's actually a rotation of Josh Pickett getting involved in it. He clips a couple of cars and actually gets punted pretty hard through the driver's door there.
Hit from behind. Misdale's landed that punch, and that's day done for those guys at EXG.
Yeah, you see the 555 left in the middle of the track, sans wing and bonnet. That was the car there of Wayne Taylor as well. Here's another look at that shot. That's a ambitious move there for DPR Racing to try and get down the inside. I think potentially just missed the brake marker, and as a result of that, we see that come through. Further back in the field, watching the 26 come through, gets the car stopped in just enough time. No damage for them, and good work there for ERT to come through that unscathed.
That could have been worse. That could have been worse, that incident. If we had the original car that was spun around stuck in the track, then everyone would have just piled in. Unfortunately, the majority of them managed to get back out. And of course, a lot of experience for these drivers with incidents like that. That is one of the probably the biggest pile-up zone we have around this circuit. There are a few of them outside of coming out of turn 2. It's another. But yeah, down at Forest Elbow is usually a big problem. I imagine the safety car is probably going to come in on this lap again. Oh, maybe. Well, yeah, it seems like we are. So we're already going to be getting back underway. And, well, safety cars beat safety cars. And we've seen that. We had a competition one, and just in the last few laps, we've had a couple of legitimate ones. And, well, Brady Myers is doing the same strategy as Haber. Think how far behind Myers was, how far behind Logitech were. Just 20 minutes ago, before the pace car, they were about 25 seconds behind, and yet obliterated a couple of good moves, a couple of edgy moves from Myers, and he's been able to take back the lead that he had after about half an hour in this race. So, what were we going to say?
I was going to say, I give you the same recipe I gave you last time. Some of the positions are further around, changed around. Kyle Stokes has moved up a few, and the track's a bit cooler. This is on.
Definitely. What can Stokes do from 7th place? Could he perhaps get the 2 racing car of Hines off the start? So the AOSC Esports driver's choice to go. Brady Myers gets back going. We've completed a half century of laps then, moving on to lap 51 of this race. And it's really close with Haber, who might feel like he has to go for the move straight away. Down the inside, into turn 1. Here we are for the lead straight away. Haber can't make it stick, though he just didn't carry the speed through. However, he can dip back into the slipstream now. Into the toe, up the mountain for the 51st time. He has to go to the outside, he tries to dummy. But there's no room there apart from grass. Almost loses it over the crest as well. I doubt he's going to be able to make anything of this move. And Myers holds on, but he had to be very strong there through turn 1. Left a good amount of gap on the apex. But really intense racing once again on these restarts. Tom Freer very close to the pursuits. Sim racing. Carl Stokes very close as well to Thomas Hinds, but is yet to make a move. But Haber looking really racy. You can tell that he's really frustrated the fact they lost that lead to Logitech just before the pace car was announced.
It was almost a little bit of a cheeky move there to see Myers move just a fraction through the braking into turn 2 there, and Haber definitely would have been quite annoyed at that. I'd love to see, once we get back underway and everything settles down a little bit more, that overtake that we've seen that's ultimately put Myers up in the lead of this race now. But Haber's going to set the eyes forward. He'll get on with business and start going further down. Stokes still not able to recover and get past Hinds, but the rest of the field starting to stretch their way out. Darren Lobb actually closing right up on Kyle Stokes as well as they work their way down Conrod at the moment.
I think Stokes has got past Hinds then. Just down the straight, he's got ahead going into the King, and that is enough for him. So Subaru, 2 racing dropped to 7th, and Stokes, who was running in 2nd place, dropped outside the top 10, back up into 6th place now for Synergy Sim Racing. Next up for him is Andrew Dyson from the DPR. Kenneth Latzer also trying to move past Scott Nolan currently, so one Synergy Sim Racing car moving up the other, threatening to move down, and Latzer gaining considerable time. In fact, I think Nolan may have even lost the place to Lob. Well, actually, no, he was behind Lob, but he's just lost a lot of time to Lob off the restart. Could see a change of position at this point of the track as well. By the way, that restart, fastest lap of the race for many of the drivers, fastest personal best for all the top 3. And I was like, that's mad. How on earth have they been able to do that? Because that was that was them battling. They're battling down into 2. And yet a 2-minute 3.32, the track temperature must have just really cooled down. That's their first clean lap for a little while. Also, maybe the cold tyres helping them out. Down to 34, it's 14 degrees cooler than what it was at the start of the race, and just getting cooler as well. Could be down into the mid-20s by the end of this race. So the lap times so much faster than they were at the start.
Yeah, and with that little bit of cloud cover coming in as well, that's only going to help that temperature plummet even further as these two up front continuing to push on. The sector time is very, very close between both of them right now.
Fastest sector behaviour. We also saw Myers run a little bit wide as well, going down the mountain. But remarkably, lost barely any time. You can see the sector times for Sector 4 very marginal, and Sector 5 a little bit of a pace gain there for Hay, but that would just be in the draft. So he dropped out of the draft in the first stint, remember, but he's looking stronger here. But these guys are leaving nothing on the plate. You can see how they're pulling away. It's almost as though they've forgotten that they've still got over 50 laps. We're only halfway through this race, but yeah, they're leaving nothing on the table right now.
And this could be a bold strategy from Pursuit to just hang back a little, watch these two. There's obviously a lot of tension up front here. Let's see what happens, because Pursuit could really walk into a grand prize if either of these cars take each other out.
Daniel Misdale has dropped down. That might be the penalty for Misdale. I'm not seeing him in the pits though. But he has just dropped down to 26th place. For the DPR racing driver.
And John Latham also would drive through penalty for ignoring the flags, so they're not going from bad to worse at the moment, as we see Stokes trying to conjure a move here up on Dyson. Dyson getting a little bit of an advantage, working away up through the initial part of the hill. They fire down over the grate, just a little few sparks starting to kick up as the guys work. The tyre pressure still coming back up. Stokes a little bit hot, getting up over Skyline, runs well over the curb into the tyres, and he is getting to the ragged edge of the adhesion of that car and really struggling to close back up.
Massively close down through the dipper and in Forest Elbow. You just see the nose of that Mustang just really close in on the back of Andrew Dyson's car. As he tries to get the slipstream for this long back straight, almost stopping out at 280, 290 Ks.
When not if, I think this move. But it's not this time. Tanchich a little bit, Tanchich was running a bit too deep there, but credit to Stokes, who seems to sim racing in these endurance. I'm not sure if they've even got a podium so far this season, but this is one of their strongest rounds. Of course, Bathurst certainly a specialist circuit. Carl Stokes so quick today, and he really should be fighting for the lead right now rather than fighting for this 5th place. But that's another good hell corner for him. 0.2 of a second behind. You can see the gap on your screen just whittling down. 1.6 tenths, 1.5 tenths. Could go for a deep lunge at the end of the straight. Here he goes. But it's too fast a corner, not a big enough braking area, and he stays behind again. But they are catching up to Taniancic now. Free is not pulling away either.
No, the pace definitely starting to come to them as they work their way up now through the top of the mountain, get the little gear change, no wheel spin. Although Dyson just a little bit awkward getting out of there, so he is starting to struggle a little bit. Maybe the tyre life almost hurting a fraction, but this pace between these two, very, very hot right now. A little bit slower than what we're seeing from our race leaders, but last time by for both of them, identical times, 2:04.4s, so they are not leaving anything on the table at this point. We see the sparks flying from Dyson over Skyline before he throws it off the top of the hill.
I guarantee if Stokes is unlocked from this battle, we'll see him start to push towards the front. He wants to get back to where he's meant to be at the lead of this race, so he's every bit as determined now to get past Andrew Dyson. As he ducks through the slipstream, he's going to be holding behind that Mustang, pops out. He'll use the slingshot, get the nose down into the chase. And that's sent and delivered. Well done.
I don't know how he could have possibly been any closer to Forrest, but that was incredible how close he was. I think you have usually a bit of a concertina effect where the driver ahead gets on the dots slightly earlier, and yet there were centimetres between the two of them coming out of that corner, and it was easy for Stokes. Yeah, incredible driving right now, pushing at 120% at the moment. Incredible to see these supercars negotiate this late, especially now that the track's a little bit cooler. You can see how they're a bit more confident, and with all the safety cars that have been going on, the adrenaline's running, and they are driving with some extra aggression. There goes Alex Court. He's going to lose this place, almost gets pushed off the circuit as well. Credit to the play 3 for leaving some space for Gone Rogue Motorsports. He's up into 23rd, and look at MFR and Pro Choice catching up as well. And Pro Choice actually being able to make that move, they nearly did, into hell.
Good run for all these guys up Mountain Straight. May see another return serve move here for these guys. We see that Wayne Taylor car who we saw in that last collision there without the bonnet and rear wing there has taken one of their fast repairs, and they've recovered that car to get back into this fight. Daniel Misdale coming back through for DPR as well after those earlier issues, but this little battle of 4 or 5 cars really starting to heat up right now. One of the other cars we haven't really spoke of at all tonight, just hanging outside the top 10, is the car of Greg Sharp, who is on screen at the moment. Currently down in 16th spot, up 8 spots from where they started. Got Matthew Deere right behind them, and they are slowly starting to edge closer up to Ben Christensen for ANZ Motorsport as well, car 7. So been a little bit of a quiet one under the radar for these guys. We did see them almost early in the race 1 lap down, but they have come through quite nicely.
I think they may have been 1 lap down, in fact, earlier on. I think they stayed out under the first safety car and managed to get back onto the lead lap because of that, then proceeded to pit, obviously. Yeah, they were a long way behind were Stealth, but much closer to the order now. They're only 25 seconds off the lead. And the lead is pretty close as well. It's brought to over second. This is very different to the race we saw in the first stint when Myers started in 3rd place, managed to get past Stokes, managed to get past Haber, and then proceeded to pull away by about 0.3 of a second a lap. Anything but in this. Haber, if anything, looks marginally faster. Might just be the slipstream flattering him here, but he has been able to stay right on his tail for the past 5 laps or so, ever since that overtake behind the previous safety car. 5 seconds well back to Tom Freer. These guys in the high 2-minute 3s at the moment. And that time's dropping off slightly as maybe the tires just start to overheat, start to wear slightly, but they're still driving very quick.
Yeah, and they're still the only cars at the moment in the 203 range as well, for anyone throughout the field. So whether the tyres are starting to complain or not, they have found something in the setups at the moment. The bar's working as they need to, and they are pushing on extremely fast. That being said, though, we're seeing Kyle Stokes, now that he's got past Dyson's, close right up to the back of Taliancic as well. So he's just about to have a move here for 4th position as they work their way down through Conrod Straight as well. Let's quickly cut back to that. Stokes looks down the inside, gets the nose out, and he's going to get this one up the inside easily past before the turn-in. Switches it back onto the line and continues now off after Tom Freer. So Stokes continuing the blistering pace that he's had since that rotation that we saw between himself and Myers at the conclusion of safety car 2.
That's how Target acquired Tom Frere for Kyle Stokes. Like you say, Daniel, he's very aggressive, he's very pacey since that incident at turn 2. So he's going to be cracking the whip to get that Mustang up onto the back of the 717 of Tom Frere. And it'll be interesting when he finally gets back to the front of this field. As you can see, that gap between Frere and Haber is a lot larger than it was before. About 6 seconds from Haber is Frere.
I was starting to see, though, based on the pace out front with for Kyle Stokes, he's starting to match the two out in front of the field. With the pace that they're showing already, the tyre's definitely starting to hurt, but this is helping Stokes slowly claw himself back into this fight. He's already opened up quite a nice gap now over Talienchich. You can see him fly over into Skyline. The gap continuing to drop to him between himself and Tom Frere, 1.2 seconds at the moment. He flies it down through the S's into the dipper, and that car looking one of the better ones as far as ride control getting through that section.
Did see some drivers come into the pits under the third safety car, by the way. Second or third safety car. They were pretty much back to back, of course. Currently top of the drivers, or top of the teams who did pit, who have pitted 3 times, so have got a slight strategy advantage, is Greg Sharp for Stealth Sim Sports. So we were really complimenting them earlier on as well. But not only have they got a good position, they've also got a strategy advantage as well. You can see they are got a little bit of a gap back to ANZ Motorsports at the moment, currently in 16th place. Also KIF Motorsports have also taken tyres, pitted quite recently, as KIF actually just moving past. Apologies, KIF haven't pitted recently. So it's still at the front of the teams who have 3 stopped. Stealth Sims Force. We don't think. Oh, we've got a crash, and that is one of the back markers.
That's
it's Stephen
Kokote.
He's blowing the engine as well. Can he get that car back to the pits? He should be able to, as long as he's still got some drive.
And there was another car involved in that as well, because Kirkish got hit a second time after the first rotation, which launched him well up into the sky. There was another car that went off towards pit lane entry as well. So I don't think that car's been able to get going again or not, but that was a huge hit for both of those two.
Yeah, I think it was O'Brien.
So on what odds a safety car?
Wow. That's anyone's game. Here's the initial look at that. So it was just in front of that move we were focusing on with Gaffer and KRF, or Sharp and the KRF car going through. Bangs it on into the fence there, a little further back. Just keep an eye on O'Sullivan to see whether he was involved in that. Actually, hit that car hard into the fence.
Rhino Sullivan, coming over the corner there, and didn't expect to see a car sitting in the middle of the road, so quite an awkward incident, unfortunately, for the ART machine there.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because it's a really unsighted spot there, trying to find that car that's rotated around, so I'm sure he was eagerly looking for that and just not able to get the rotation he needed to just avoid it. So they will chew up another one of the fast repairs for themselves, unfortunately, but they should be able to get back in and continue on. They have dropped, however, down to 25th position at the moment, so a little unfortunate there, but they are still in the fight, which is good to see. Further up, though, Hins closes up on Andrew Dyson. These two scrapping now over 6th position, and Talienchich only just fractionally ahead of these guys. Further up as well, Stokes has brought that gap between himself and Tom Frere down to absolutely nothing as well, 0.4 of a second.
And that's a safety car, so there's no point in it now, because I reckon we'll see another round of pit stops.
So is this a necessary one, or is this a competition one, you think?
I think it's necessary, but I don't think it's on the right lap.
Oh, there is a car stationary coming down through the S's as well. 33rd position. That's the car of Grant Matterford and Pulse Racing by the looks of it. Here they are, stranded at the Dipper. So that's a very awkward spot to be completely unsighted through there.
Oh, and he's been hit.
Clipped.
And he's
by a
going to be
leader.
hit, surely. Because, got to tow back to the pit, surely. I realised that they got to wait for the stewards to say to tow back, but that's just an accident waiting to happen. And you can see how this car was pretty good looking initially. Not in a few moments' time, though. 15 going down the hill, just used the rear end, very common mistake. And then just trying to rescue whatever he could. And so not actually that severe damage then, but he's just in such a tricky position, I think, then.
Yeah, it's a very precarious spot to be caught in because you've got nowhere to rotate the car around, and with everyone flying off the top of the hill at the speed they do, really hard spot to be. I think the DPR car was the car in front that did collect him on the way down, which was, as we see, just in front of our race leader. So very fortunate there for Myers not to be involved in that one, but both Haber and Myers in the lane. And this time we will see another round of driver swaps here.
So they can get to the end of the race now with just one more stop after this one, because we've only got 45 laps to go. You can definitely do that on 2 stints. Now, will either of them under fuel in order to get ahead of the other?
I saw both cars turning off their pit limiters down that pit lane there, so both of them trying that greedy trick to get a bit more time in the pits. Not sure how race control is going to look at that one, but I would look on it disfavourably.
Everyone into the pits, apart from ANZ and KRF. ANZ and actually EXG as well, I've also started. They pitted under the second safety car. So they might think that they can get to the end of the race anyway with one more stop. But coming out of the pits then, ahead is James Scott. So Logitech stay ahead. They had a 1 second, well, 2/10 longer pit stop than United Esports. I think they both absolutely fueled up the car to the brim in order to make sure that they can get to the end of the race with one more stop. In 3rd place then, so Derek Coleman for Fishing Motorsports didn't pit. He gets ahead of James McKee for Pursuit Sim Racing. Jordan Ross is in 8th place now for Synergy. So that's pretty much stayed the same. And then behind that, it's Michael Talianchich actually has lost some time. So Talianchich has lost out to both DPR cars, seemingly, or one of the DPR cars of Adam Briggs during the pit stops. So seems as though that the one car which has lost out of the front runners is this Pursuit Sim Racing 777 car.
Yeah, and that's surprising because there's no driver change taking place in that car. We saw Talianchich behind the wheel just before, and he's stayed on board as a result of that. I am surprised to see Jordan Ross still behind. Well, actually, the Synergy Sim Racing car now with Jordan in the hands of Jordan Ross, still behind Pursuit Sim Racing. They were fractionally slower on the stop comparative to Synergy Sim Racing, but have kept the overall track position. It's going to be interesting time for Ben Christensen, Matt Deere, Josh Pickett. Neither of our current top 3 coming down the lane for that set of stops, but there is quite a few lap down cars in front or behind them in front of our effective race leaders in the hands of James Scott and Forza Nornabi.
Surely for KRF, you've got to come into the pits. I feel like ANZ might be able to stretch it. I think they've both got to come into the pits. I don't know. No, do you understand this strategy? I don't know why you wouldn't come into the pits in this situation.
You could be trying to get a bit of track position, and track position could be key, as we can hear a very quiet Ben Christensen coasting down behind the safety car here. They might come in, but I reckon there's something hidden up ANZ's sleeve. KRS probably trying to play the same game, probably trying to see if they can hold out.
I actually think this is a little bit of tactics for these guys because ultimately that pit stop, when they do come through for KRF, is going to drop them down behind Stealth Sinforce, who, after taking their stopper in 19th. But given that we've seen, well, actually, as we say that, KRF is in, we have seen a few incidents following the restarts here. Is this an opportunity for Christensen to maybe stay out of that and ANZ and hopefully try and build a little bit more of an advantage? Because we did see the pace drop away early on with this car when it was very hot, but now with the track temperature continuing to plummet, this could be playing in quite nicely to their strategy. Still down a few more degrees to 32 now.
It's a bold strategy from Christensen if that is in fact the game they're playing. I hope it pays off for them, because I can see some fireworks happening if that transpires. Safety car being at the end of this lap, so they've still got a whole mountain to climb. 32 degrees on track, so it's a nice cool evening here at Bathurst. Not as cold as it really is in Australia, but you know, close enough.
So this is the fourth safety car we've had then. I did say before the broadcast went live, I reckon 3. I was wrong. As we see a replay of what happened to Talyancic, perhaps how he lost the place.
Oh, that's an uncommon mistake from Talyancic.
A little bit of an awkward spot there because he wasn't under a lot of pressure, just the car not retarding and able to get the nose in. Did see then Alex Court go through, and then I think it was one of the Zuba cars working their way through also. So very odd scenario there for Talyancic to be in.
Just a reminder that the effective race leaders will be Logitech G AOSC Esports. This will be the first time, dare I say, this season that ANZ have led a race. I don't know. Maybe that's maybe they have led before, but they've had a good race to be fair. ANZ started up in 4th place. Haven't had the pace that they had in qualifying in the race. Probably been 8th or 9th or 10th quickest so far in the event. However, they've rolled the dice. They've stayed out. They got Joshua Pickett just behind them as a little bit of a buffer back to the quick guys, and we will soon be getting back underway. And once again, all these drivers are using a very similar tactic of very slow down the Conrod straight before they are able to put their foot down. Just a little bit of a reminder as well that the drivers should be able to go approximately 24 laps on fuel, maybe even further than that. And we've got 43 more laps to go. So if the pit window should open approximately lap 80-ish. So just need to get to that measure. And if we get a safety car around that time, then expect everyone to come into the pits. But for now, Ben Christensen, how long can he hold on to this lead? How long will he fight it? Is this a tricky situation for Scott? He's now got Forsen El Nabi to race with him. McKee needs to keep Ross behind him as well. That'll be for effective 3rd position. But out in the lead, Ben Christensen for ANZ Motorsports. About to put his foot down. He's leaving it a while. Maybe he wants to limit the amount of time that Pickett could perhaps catch up to him. Leaving it now. He is going to go. He doesn't go. And now he does. It was a very slow start, and really slow start for Pickett as well. He was leaving way too big a margin to the car ahead, and he straight away lost a couple of places. Really getting held up there was Forsen El Nabi. In fact, had a couple of lapped cars just between him and the effective race leader of James Scott. But El Nabi trying to get through now. A lot of these drivers are complete back markers out on track. and yeah, lost a lot of time. Did a couple of the front runs. You can see how close how close McKee is. Ross failing to get too close, still behind David Coleman at the moment. It's almost 3 wide up through the mountain on this 62nd lap. And they're doing a very good job avoiding incident on the most part. There was a collision with the Zuva Racing, the V2 racing car of Haynes making contact with Court, seemingly. Everyone's got a car in the wall as well. Surely that is a car in the wall. That was so close. That may have even been Taliacic, I'm not sure.
I think that might have been one of the DPR cars going in. Looked like one of the white Fords out there, so they have got going again. But I think that was Phil Worley, that car down in 13th position now.
I saw Taliacic slipping back at turn 2. Seems like he had the car a little bit unhanded. But yeah, that car in the fence, I'm not quite sure who that was. You got a better view on that, didn't you?
Cut back to the replay. Watching the onboard up the hill. Taliacic just in the front there. DPR car working their way through. Actually, there's a car on the outside here. It's one of the Synergy cars going through, and actually both those guys managing to squeak their way through. But that's a very odd move there. Brenton Hobson getting it done around the outside, which is not a move you normally see on the run up through Reed Park.
Briggs has got ahead of Coleman, by the way. Coleman in the Fishy Motorsports car yet to come into the pits, or with one less pit stop at least. But Christiansen now only quarters of a second clear. Has got fresher tyres than Pickett. I thought he'd be able to pull away from Pickett. It hasn't proven to be the case. And now we are going to have side-by-side for the lead, even though it's not really for the lead. Look at El Nabi as well, so close to Scott, trying to get through. Scott will try to gain 1 place here, and I think he will be able to gain 1 place. However, straight through as well with him will be El Nabi, trying to go the long way round. There was Pickett, but there's just not the grip for him. And look at El Nabi, I had to look on the inside. There's no way through the cutting right there. But this is real dangerous times for Scott, and he's going to have to wait until probably the Conrad straight before he can overtake, but never counts anything out for James Scott. Usually a very calculating driver, but this is big pressure for him at the moment. Any chance for Nabi to get through perhaps around this part of the track? No, there isn't. And now you've just got to be patient and line up your run through Forest Elbow in order to get the run down the back straight.
I'm not sure whether Christensen's going to be loving this or hating this. He's got James Scott behind him, but he knows he's being attacked by Falls and El Nabi as they're just diving down into the Forest Elbow and getting that run down. 4 cars, line astern. This is there's an Exto car in front of the pursuit car. Joshua Pickett's got past James McKee there.
Yeah, I think that's just Pickett defending from McKee's. Here comes the Altas Esports car, goes down the inside, staying in there though, and there's a big contact with the curb for Scott. Did well to keep control of the car, has to go around the long way, and he does pull it off. That was a brave move there. Can El Nabi get past as well? Almost the move just being cut off for him, as pulling away now is Scott, but he should get past. Here comes the EXG car as well, and he almost gets escorted out slightly there. Was Christiansen almost off the circuit. McKee has got a good run on the pair of them, should be able to get past one of them, maybe the EXG car who's back down the inside, and these guys who have yet to pit, they've kind of just lost each other a load of time. They could have been working together marginally. But instead they're just allowing these front runners to get past and costing each other lots of time instead. As through goes McKee. Ross really not close to these guys. Ross was really unlucky on the race start. How he was involved in loads of traffic, had loads of drivers to get past. It has yet to be able to really put a lot of pressure on McKee, who is now past one of the EXG cars.
Well, we say Ross not really going very fast. Last time by, he was the quickest car on the circuit, a 2:03.3. Comparative to our current race leaders, 2:04s. So he has found something in that car. It's really starting to come back to him. He's got a few cars to contend with to work his way back up, but they are really coming on song in this back half of the race. Should get the move done around Pickett down through Conrod Straight, given we've seen a few good passes from them already. But likewise Pickett trying to get a move done on Mackie as well, but as these three work their way down the hill, you just see the additional attitude that Ross has got in that car, and Synergy are really starting to come back through.
Now Navi's just about within the draft as well of Scott at the moment, 6.5 tenths of a second separates the two leaders. To get the draft effect, he kind of needs to be within about 8 tenths of a second, seemingly. That seems to be the story of this race. And El Navi now within 4.5 tenths. So and the top two still very close, but they have now 2 seconds ahead of Ben Christiansen for ANZ Motorsport. Still running in third place there is Christiansen. And so ahead of McKee. He's yet to overtake him. This is a long queue of drivers, and this is mainly for position as well. And this is Brenton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing. Just parking his car in the middle of the track. That's a late move from the 199 car. That was a fantastic move from Philip Worley. I don't think he was for position, but still a nice job from the DPR car. Now Synergy, so this is Coleman right on the back of the Synergy car of Brenton Hobson. Doesn't seem to have to go defensive. No further action for the 987 car for an incident back on lap 63. So escaping that one without penalty. The 987 car is I can't even see who the 987 car. Sorry, that's Jamie Stovall for Pursuit Sim Racing down in 24th place at the moment. Is Stovall, so no penalty for that one. That may have been on the race restart. As Hobson pulling away now from Coleman, has got much fresher tyres, of course, and this is lovely for Brenton Hobson now for CNG Sim Racing, because Philip Worley was battling with him very hard. So too was Marlon McMullen for a Premier Racing Team. But they're now they're just being left in his dust and can pull away whilst the driver on old tyres is holding them up, and a nice gap now being built up for Synergy.
Philip Woolley in the DPR car, just trying to close down on Coleman in the Fishy Motorsports car. He'll be wanting to, dare I say it, reel him in and grab that slipstream.
Lovely, lovely. On a scale of 1 to 10, that was right up there.
They've just got the best team name to make puns about. So we see that move quite successful. He's caught that catch and moving right along. He
couldn't defend that move on that occasion. No, we'll see them later on. Premier Racing Team on that last lap again by 9 tenths of a second. So Coleman. This is the issue with kind of these alternate strategies. Sure, you do gain track position, but that's almost a bad element compared to the drives that in reality you're racing, because you're just being overtaken left, right and centre. You're not running on the racing line half the time, and it just really loses you loads and loads of time. You always prefer if there weren't cars around you that you could just set your own pace. That's what's happening to Fishy at the moment. They really cannot show their proper speed because they are just being overtaken at every opportunity at the moment. Ought to be coming in, those drivers who pitted a couple of safety cars ago, should be coming in within the next 10 laps or so. And just a reminder as well, one more pit stop for the majority of the drivers, and it should be about lap 80 where that pit window opens, so keep an eye out for that.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see if the Christensen car can make it to lap 80. They stopped a bit earlier on. But go back and see Jamie Stovall recently cleared of any incident. He's making solid gains towards Ian Burden, the Mach 1 car.
A tyre smoke. Oh, that's a car in the wall.
That's an awkward
of Brenton Hobson for CNG Sim Racing, who was just saying how much he was laughing in his cockpit, pulling away from the drivers who he was previously battling with. Was a comfortable 10th place, but that spin has ruined it for him, lost the rear end, and well, that's an incredibly painful situation to be in. Credit to him, he didn't reverse too much Oh, he did a bit.
Oh, got the gone road. Is it the go on road car? It would have been, yep. So James Scott, not James Scott, wrong driver, wrong car. Jack Boyd having to take a cautious action there around him.
McMullen's just got past Coleman and also McKnight as well, so that's PRT and United getting past Fishy Motorsports in 11th, 12th and 13th places. Scott not pulling away, out in the lead, quarter of a second. It's difficult to judge because obviously they're not on the circuit at the same time, and also El Navi hasn't done pretty much all the sprint rounds this season. So it's very tricky to tell if he's actually faster than Haber. Haber was the main challenger for Scott in the early rounds, one at Summit Point, one at one other circuit as well, I believe. But the second half of the season hasn't quite lived up to that ever since Belay had a tricky round. I think Phillip Island as well was quite difficult. Had a better effort at it at Road Atlanta, getting a podium, I seem to remember. And of course did win at Imola as well for the team. But Forza, if anything, has probably been the faster driver so far between the two of them. He's putting a lot of pressure on the championship winner, pretty much James Scott. And quite happy to stay behind, 3.5 tenths of a second. Also, Jordan Ross for Synergy has just got ahead of ANZ and EXG. So now the top 4 is like the legitimate top 4. There's no one out of place out there as such, but Christensen and Picard, we believe, still yet to come in, or well, will have to come into the pits one extra time compared to the drivers around them.
Yeah, we just get a replay of the move between Jordan Ross and Ben Christensen. Pretty textbook run down there. Through into the chase, gets it stopped nicely on the marks and turns it in. Easy positional change for those guys. So Ross still probably wanting to get that car back up into third, because we did see them getting ultimately rotated out early on there, and they've done a stellar job to get themselves back up into the action. Jack Boyd closing up to Brenton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing as well. So the other Synergy Sim Racing car not quite had the night that they wanted tonight, down 7 spots from where they started, but still putting on a fantastic effort. Currently sitting 17th position, but Boyd with that little extra damage on the front end, it is starting to hurt him a little bit. 2 seconds slower last time by comparative to Hobson, and Reece Keane behind as well. Sean Linsell and the recovering Ryan O'Sullivan. So that car for ERT back into the action too after their earlier issues, coming on quite nicely. Up a couple of spots down, one from where they originally started, but considering the night that they've had, they are not doing too bad. Linsell, though, very defensive across the top of the hill, chucks it in early through the elbow, gets a nice exit. I don't believe he'll hold the position, though, at the end of Conrod. Just looking at the pace advantage that O'Sullivan's got.
It'll be close down here. When going before the King, but he might just catch him at the perfect opportunity here. It should just be able to get right onto the tail. Going through the King, there he goes down the inside, not much of a gap. And contact between the two of them and onto the grass go the 554. Back down the inside is O'Sullivan. This is all very messy, and now it's messy again. And they clearly don't want to let them go, does the 554, but that's just squeezing to a new level. Was just about the width of a Holden car right there. And back comes the Holden again, back down the inside, but this is getting personal now between these two. Clearly didn't like that move, did EXG before. And ERT do move clear though in 13th place. Might have an opportunity though, now down or up the back straight here, goes to the outside, coming up the inside is O'Sullivan. haven't seen this move work too many times today because the inside of the track is a little bit cambered. It does help you carry that extra speed through, and that move is eventually complete. Look how close Fishing Motorsports and Tanks SRT now are to the back of these drivers. Griggs is next to pass the drivers yet to come into the pits. Well, I'd say they've come into the pits 3 times, which you'd think would be enough, but they are going to have to come into the pits 1 extra time. We think, again, this is all quite speculative. Drivers were going quite far earlier on in the race. We did see 27 lap stints, I think, for the start of the race. However, now that the track's cooler, we think that's probably going to be whittled down to 25 or 26, and they're going to have to go about 28 or 29 laps on a tank of fuel, which is a lot of laps to fuel save, and seeing that they are pushing like mad, it seems, at the moment, despite the fact that we have had a couple of safety cars. I think they are going to have to come into the pits on 1 more occasion. But Pickett, probably only a matter of time until he loses out to DPR. But to be fair to these guys, their pace is good. Christiansen on this lap sets a 2-minute 4.99. 2-minute 4s aren't bad. I mean, you go down 5 places and they're in the 2-minute 5, so they're doing a pretty good job when they're not being overtaken. You can see the pit stop kind of stints for these drivers. A couple of short ones for Christiansen. He's going to be overtaken here. Or contact, not quite. That was good driving from Christiansen just to open up the steering slightly and leave some space. And actually stays ahead. I think if anything, the DPR car may have felt a little bit guilty of going for the move on that occasion, and stays in 7th.
So looking at those pit timings there, Christensen looks like he might be in any tick of the clock now because he's running quite long on this stint. So he's got to make that crucial lap 80, which we're talking about as the window you can pit and run home. But I'm wondering if they're going to have to fuel save just to make that little extra bit of fuel in the laps remaining.
Thanks for everyone for tuning in. By the way, Bitten O'Brien, thanks for that. 23, that's 24 with a slight fuel save, so it's actually even shorter than we thought. So yeah, that's certainly not going to get to the end. Only just going to get to the end of the drivers who pitted on the last safety car. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. If you've enjoyed this video on the iRacing Esports Network, certainly do leave a like on it. We really appreciate it. I'm currently seeing 9 likes, or is it a bit higher than that? No, it's considerably higher than that. 35 likes, there you go. I haven't refreshed it since like the start of the race. 1 dislike, honestly, whoever you are, give us some constructive feedback. We love constructive feedback, obviously. We'll see. And do subscribe to the Esports Network, and if you wouldn't mind, please do check out Apex Racing TV as well, because we do loads of extra videos on that as well. A few of you probably are listening along on Apex Racing TV. Certainly do check that out, though. We're doing some 30 races a week at the moment. It's absolutely mad. I'm sure you'll love your stay over there. Out in the lead, it's just getting closer and closer. United Sim Sports 2/10 of a second behind. They're now 8.5 seconds clear of Pursuit Sim Racing, who are under massive pressure from Synergy at the moment. 10 laps away from the pit stops, and this is pretty much a straight race to the finish now between these guys. I'm just wondering, do we reckon Scott will stay in the car? You know, Scott's a terrific driver. I think he did the last couple of stints at Imola, if we recall. Do you think he'll stay in the car, or do you think they'll switch it over again?
Pretty sure Brady has done his minimum laps and James hasn't, so I'm pretty sure they'll run James to the end of this one.
Because United Sim Sports usually change drivers at every stint, as we might see a move here. Here we go. United Sim Sports, Forza and El Nabi absolutely storming along. He's just got stronger and stronger as this thing has gone on. Even the grass can't stop him. He goes to the outside. Scott stays on the inside. There's almost contact between the two of them. They just about straighten up. Scott round the outside. He keeps his nose in there.
Oh.
He goes off the circuit though. He's going to come back onto the circuit. Leaving space though was United Sim Sports. And they move back into the lead. And after being overtaken twice by Logitech already in today's race, for the first time, they make the move, and United Sim Sports back up into the lead on lap 72. Huge move right there, and Scott will just have to try to stay close. Now, it did seem as though United had the pace advantage, and it's so unusual to see James Scott being overtaken. EXG come into the pits with Joshua Pickett. They did need to pit that one extra time as we thought, and could be quite a short pit stop for them, but they're going to drop to probably 25th place, something like that, behind Matty Hansen for RRT Berapez. So it will be a long way down. But here was the replay then. Scott decided to stay in there, took loads of curb, and well, if there wasn't contact, there couldn't have been much more because that curb launched him once into a oval. You could argue there that he was pushed off the circuit. We'll see what the stewards think.
I think given what we've seen so far tonight from race control, I would expect that's still going to go through as a racing incident. Both drivers working very hard to get through there. That catch of the curb is what ultimately pushed El Nabi off into Scott. But
he's made a mistake.
Fair play to both of them.
Scott's made a mistake. I think he's got damage. James Scott he's got massive damage, and he's going to have to come into the pits, and he can't get to the end of the race from here. We've got 32 laps to go at the end of this one, and this is Logitech G AOSC Esports' chances of a race win gone, surely, because he's hit the wall up the mountain, and that's it for him. He's going to have to come into the pits. Hopefully they've got a fast repair spare. They've already used one, we think, but they're going to have to use another here. Absolutely incredible. This is not the coronation that he would have wanted.
No, not at all. We'll see if we can get a replay of this. The guys worked their way across the line to start this one off. See what transpired here, because there was a slight bit of damage on that car initially, but looked pretty good after we saw the run through the hill. Here we are, straight. A little bit of a gap advantage. He's trying to close it down and slowly getting there. And up into brakes through turn 2. The car looked good. Didn't go out too bad. Actually, the rear just starting to step away from him a bit, so the tyre's very hot at this point. Up in through the cutting. Actually, there's a little bobble there from El Nabi. Ran himself very wide on the exit. Got up over the inside of 3. Coming through Reed Park. Actually collects the inside wall through Reed Park. That's a huge hit.
He'll be dirty with himself after that one. That is an uncharacteristic mistake from James Scott at a very, very known problem spot at Mount Panorama.
So has he got back out, Scott? Yeah, he is. So Scott did have a fast repair spare. That's got to be that fast repair's gone now. So don't crash again, guys, because that would be disastrous. Checking that it is 2 fast repairs. I can't even see. I'm pretty sure it is 2 fast repairs so that the drivers get. So yeah, they can't afford another crash. But yeah, that's possibly the team's championship over then. United Sim Sports with a comfortable advantage now, 10 seconds clear, and just as we saw at Imola, really evenly matched those two teams. And then a mistake from Logitech, and it looks as though United might get their 3rd consecutive team victory this season. Here comes Synergy, and this is for 2nd place now. And they're through. Past pursuits. It's Jordan Ross, and the recovery is almost complete. It is complete. Back to where they started, and down 10 seconds behind United, and they're surely the only ones now who can stop the 21 from winning this race.
Yeah, very nice, clean move down through there. Sorry, you go ahead, mate.
I was just going to say, what's the betting when that pursuit car went through that stricken Altus car? There wasn't a wave. Safety car.
Safety car?
Yeah, we're hearing from race control. So the car's stuck down through the S's as well. So see if we can get to whoever that might be. But
Gavin Cox for MF Racing, I believe. Or Muff Racing. I don't know if they... Oh, it's the same spot, isn't it?
Middle finger, yeah.
Aha! I didn't know he stood for that. Well, thanks to those guys, because honestly, that's a mouthful to say, especially when there's three of them. Oh, there we go, and just in a precarious position.
yeah, it looks like it's a little bit of an unforced error there. Grab the rear brakes as we get another look at it over the top. Already started to lose it on the run before you hit the curbs there. Lucky to keep it ultimately off the wall, just gets there at the end, but that could have definitely been a lot worse. But that small tap looks to have put an end to that engine tonight, and that'll be, well, if they do tow it back, they've already used one fast repair that we definitely know of from the earlier contact through the elbow where that car was involved, but they are able to get back. They're going to be a long way down the order.
So he coped 45 laps without a safety car. We're thinking, well, the first one was an entertainment one, I believe, and then since then we've had 3 more proper incident ones. Even 4 more? No, I think that's our 4th. Might even be our 5th. So the race leader coming into the pits. Now you can't get to the end of the race from here. We've got 30 laps to go. No chance of getting to the end of the race from this point, but you still want to, I guess, have a bit more fuel in. Surely it's worth staying out if you're in the midfield here, because I think everyone should be able to do one more stop anyway, because they should be able to get to lap 80. But yeah, as here we go, this might be a change for the lead. Philip Worley for DPR Racing might take the lead here.
Yeah, well, he should get through based on where everyone is, as you see them all funneling to the lane on the left of screen. Be interested to see whether we do get any driver changes actually take place. There's Jamie McKnight continuing on also in the other United Esports car as well. Jordan Ross getting back in behind the wheel. Oh, actually staying behind the wheel, sorry, of that car as well for Synergy. So those guys setting themselves up for a good run here.
I don't know why McKnight's coming why McKnight hasn't come into the pits, because I'm seeing the last time he appeared was lap 47. So he's literally, well, how is he still going? Maybe that's just our screens wrong. But if anyone from McKnight's team, from United, could let us know, when did that 27 car last pit? Because he must be running on phantom fuel right now, if he's still lapping out there. 3 teams then stay out and get ahead of the rest of the order. James Scott, no. I
was actually just going to point to that,
Unreal.
'cause he has pulled himself back in here as a result of that safety car. I mean, we saw how badly damaged it was just before. They are back in contention here.
Scenes. What? They're in 2nd place. Unbelievable. I guess a safety car was always possible, but they're back in 2nd place. And this is the team who crashed earlier on into the wall. They then spun into the pits. They've then crashed up the hill again. And they're still in this race. Unbelievable.
But look who's going to be behind them on the restart. They're going to have that car that they got into for Synergy Sim Racing earlier on right behind them at this point. Will we see is this the start of what we're going to see potentially for the fireworks to finish this race off?
Safety car in this lap?
Yep.
So pretty much. Well, are they going to bunch them up? Do they have to? Are the drivers obliged to bunch up the field before the pace car? Because surely they could just go now. Surely Philip Worley, he's got to still potentially come into the pits next time. Surely you just got to put your foot down.
Well,
Once
restart
the pace car's
procedure
in,
does yeah, so the restart procedure does call for these guys to begin at the exit of the chase once they get through there. So they have got quite a ways to go. So you'll look for them to get under the bridge on the run down into Murray's Corner before we see these guys take off again.
I'm surprised they're running this slow though. I mean, surely if you're Philip Worley, I mean, you don't have to go full pace, but a few kilometres more than this, because everyone's just catching up now. It's his choice when to go though after this next corner, and it will be him to start this off. Philip Worley might be the legit leader here, because as long as he can get to lap 80, he should be able to get to the end of the race. Jamie McKnight running on Phantom Fuel in second place for United Esports. Effective race leader though we think is Paulson El Nabi for United Esports. He's in fourth. So back underway then. Lap 76 of this season finale, and it's turning into one of the best races of the season. Worley takes us back racing again. It's another race leader. El Nabi straight away past Amscratch. He couldn't lose any time, and he straight away puts a car between him and James Scott, who's got to respond down into turn 2. Otherwise, that United Simsports car might be able to start pulling away. In third place at now is that car. Really close behind though. Is there going to be any changes? Having to go defensive is Jordan Ross just against James McKee, and in fact moving past is the Altus Esports car. It looks like Ross will get past as well, and I think McKee will be able to get past as well. So all the front runners straight away past, and it's very close between second, third and fourth. That's bad news for Adam Briggs in the DPR racing car, who will have to stay behind up the mountain. But I don't know where to look next in this race. You cannot count any of these drivers out, and we've got a proper, perhaps even 4-car battle for this race win.
I actually think this is a really smart move from United, placing Jamie up in front, because that is the first time throughout the course of this race we've seen 2 United Esport cars at the very end. We've already seen it with Pursuit Sim Racing, and it didn't quite help them to the advantage. But here we are in front of Altus now, in front of Synergy. Do they potentially look to utilise one of those cars as a bit of a block to help the overall championship? Because it could add that little bit of spice that we need to finish this off. There is a car in the wall though.
DPR, I saw Evolution Racing Team as well go off, but DPR have also gone off. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh, Redback. Oh, Dyson just gets back going, but that wasn't a very good rejoin, safe to say. That's a shame for 72. They were driving so well. This was how the ERT car then lost it. Oh, they were just slow. Is that an engine failure?
I think that might have been, because they were very awkward getting down off the top of the hill there. And a little bit of a lock-up from, I think that's Brian Borg out front. But yeah, it looks to have just done the engine.
Like, could be a hardware failure, perhaps? Sure, and then here was Briggs just ahead. Did he go for the move? No. Oh, he got a tap from Taliancic. Deary me. It was Gilliam, sorry. So that could be a penalty for Pursuit, who were lining up. Oh, right, hasn't been a fantastic 30 laps or so for Pursuit, just with that how the safety cars have played out. But that could be massively important for Pursuit.
And we've had the switch now between El Nabi and McKnight for second position. Does McKnight start to hold up Scott here overall? Because we do know he's still got to come in for that stop. We're running very, very long on this strategy at the point, but is this effectively trying to help his teammate gain that little bit of an advantage?
If you were United, you'd do it, but you'd give Forzen every chance in the world to create a sizable gap between him and James Scott and make James work as hard as possible. He's already escaped unluck, or he's already used his luck chance in that second fast repair. He'll be having to use every piece of racing knowledge he's got to get down the inside of Jamie McKnight here.
Oh, it's a good run for Scott. McKnight just buckled under pressure perhaps and locked up the tyres a bit too much. Undoubtedly, United will take back the lead off Philip Worley down this next straight. And McKnight, I don't think he can fight this way. Might be running a little bit less drag, will McKnight. Oh, look at this. Oh, there's almost contact with Jordan Ross getting in on the scene as well. He had a terrific run, I think, getting a slipstream on the pair of them. And once again, through the King, I'm shocked we haven't seen 5 or 6 huge crashes down at that corner. We saw a close one earlier on, but that again was really close to contact, which would have spelt disaster. Also got EXG and Gone Rogues Motorsports dropping down. They've had an off, I guess, down at the chase. As Pursuit to set the fastest lap of the race, just as they get a drive-through penalty. Unbelievable. Andrew Gilliam gets a penalty then for spinning round that car down at Forest Elbow a few moments ago, and that's a costly mistake for them. Here is the 143 car then moving past Jamie McKnight, so that was a necessary move right there. But what a shame for Andrew Gilliam, because he could have been fighting for the win, dare I say. He was only 10 seconds off the lead, but a penalty has ruined their race.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder what happened there to Ross, because we saw him only a moment ago have that big lunge down the inside of Scott, and then to be coming under a lot of pressure there from McKnight. Must have got a very poor exit through Hell's Corner there. I don't know whether we can maybe look at that later on once this gets back underway, but that really did hurt him and has really let James Scott off at the moment. That being said, though, he's got to get past Phil Worley, and we will see the Synergy guys start to close back up, as it is pretty well single file on the way down off the top of the hill.
Scott catching up to Worley at a pretty good point there. I don't think you can complain too much about the time he lost, considering that El Nabi was pretty much behind Worley for the entirety of the mountain section on the last lap. On this time, Scott catches up and only gets held up for a couple of corners, then gets a nice draft. 1.1 seconds then, the gap between the top two. And they're back together again. Ross is looking very quick as well, obviously, as we said before. However, I think Ross isn't going to quite get Worley before turn 2. We are almost in the pit window though. We've got 26 laps to go in this race, so if you pit now you can probably get to the end of the race, and that's what Pursuit Sim Racing, well, Pursuit Sim Racing actually serving the drive through, of course, aren't they? Craig Anspach just dropping down to 10th place for Tanks SRT, and Pursuit Sim Racing with Gilliam and Taliencic after that drive through penalty will drop to probably around Adam Briggs, I imagine, in 19th place. Ironically, the driver that they spun.
A little further back down the order, Jack Boyd, a little fair bit of damage on the Gone Road car. He is dropping off the back of Jamie Stovall, who you can see just up ahead. Ken Latta in the 987, doing a really good effort at the moment. Those guys working very, very nicely. But up front, we're starting to see the times coming down just a fraction between our two leaders. So keep an eye on that. As we say, Jack Boyd is going to get a drive-through penalty for himself and Gone Road Motorsports for exceeding the 35 incident limit point. That's the first guy tonight that has hit that incident cap.
How have they done that? They're a complete exception. By the way, the incident count. I mean, they've got 35. The next highest is 30. The third highest is 18. So that is exceptional how they've been able to get to 35, and it's both drivers as well, one with 19 and one with 16.
I can see how they got one of them when they had to go around the Strickland Hobson car, but getting an incident at Bathurst is pretty tricky. So they've probably earned a trophy there for doing the exceptional.
Ross up into third. And he's dropped McKee as well, but Ross spent too long behind that. He lost a couple of tenths of a second in each of these sectors, so he's now 3 seconds off the lead.
And while he's not in contention anymore, how is McKnight still dragging the United Sim Sports Holden around? Still yet to come down the lane where we saw everyone else through there. That car has got to have absolutely just a sniff of fuel left in it at this point in time.
Like I said, according to our screens, he lost pits in lap 47, which, no disrespect to Pascal, he does a brilliant job with the SDK gaming timing. That's can't be correct, because to do 33 laps is excessive, to say the least. So he must have pitted, since they must appear under one of the safety cars or something. Yeah, he's now in sixth place still. Oh, here comes Gilliam. He's going to get past one of the EXG cars. This isn't the one that he hit earlier on, but he's hit this one as well. He's ticking them all off. He's sure he's got a list, but he hasn't gotten past.
And Stuber not making it easy at all for him to try and get through, although he does find the movement there out of the cutting, so not too bad. We are also seeing too in the YouTube chat, the Rhino Sullivan has been able to confirm the pop of the engine on the 26 machine as well, and I think looking at that, that will be their night done, unfortunately, for ERT.
I was going to make reference to Jim McKnight last stopping on, or having massive fuel economy. If Holden made cars that fuel efficient, they'd probably still be in business.
So still the possibility for a safety car later on, but they are now in the pit window. We believe the fuel can go 23 to 24 laps. We've got 24 laps to go, but so far none of the front runners coming into the pits. But that shows then that Philip Worley for DPR Racing, he's in 4th place. That's a legitimate 4th place at the moment for him, which was not looking good for DPR Racing a few laps ago, but starting in 11th place. They were running on the outskirts of the top 10, but I think not coming in under the last pace car, dare I say, was a wise choice. Pursuit Sim Racing coming in for Stable, so
I would say, yeah, it very much did pay dividends for him at that point. Can they hold it with still that one stop to go? They are doing everything they need to right now. Further up, or down the field, sorry, Brett Loxton and Marlon scrapping now over 7th position. These two have been pretty inseparable for the last few laps since they got past Craig Enspach in the Tanked SRT car. They've continued their fight on, and this is one that's gone on throughout the entirety of the race so far, and very interesting to see. Not really much opportunity for either driver to get through. Loxton really starting to slide the back end of the Zuba car a little bit, wants to try and break loose, but it's only just hanging in there.
If anyone's got any picks for race winners, let us know in the chat, because there's a few that you could choose between at the moment. The more bold, the more we'll applaud you if it turns out to be correct. So certainly do go for potentially a crazy choice if you so wish. McMullen's failing to stay close actually through that corner. He was 2/100ths faster on the last lap, but just not with the pace of the Forest Elbow. It does close in quite a bit down the straight, but nowhere near close enough for the overtake. Shame this race for Premier, because they were up into 7th earlier on, but I think they pitted under the 2nd pace car or the 3rd pace car, and it hasn't worked for them, that decision, and it set them back a little bit. Still could be on for some more good points. Will be one of the highest scoring teams across the season, but not quite the result that looks to be coming their way earlier on. Here's DPR with a Pursuit now onto the back of them. This is the McKee Freer car, and McKee not there, 2/10 of a second behind, and this is a proper position. Sure, Worley's got older tyres, but he's got track position and got the same amount of pit stops to go. We'll have to take more fuel though later on. Should just add that, but probably about an extra 10 seconds of fuel, which is the disadvantage that Worley currently has.
Mackie's starting to get very, very racy now across the top of the hill. Pursuit Sim Racing have been really good across the top of the mountain. It must be said throughout the course of the night, the car looking very, very good. Gets across the curves quite nicely as well, which is ultimately helping them. But surprised that we didn't really say a lot of Worley and those boys early on, but they've really pushed through quite nicely. And for DPR to get up where they are, especially over the course of the championship, I think they've been one of the great teams that we've seen come through throughout the course of this. I mean, I've always known them as GT guys, but certainly coming on strong in the supercars. The gap to our lead is starting to ebb and flow just a fraction.
That's crazy, the slipstream effect. You can see 1 second behind. Of course, you know, they're going to be running different setups, but it does seem like it was once you're within a second, you actually get the draft, which is pretty crazy for these supercars. I didn't realise it was quite that a bigger difference for cars which don't usually have particularly big slipstream, but must be a lot stronger than the old safety cars we had. By the way, Mark Samuel just asking on the chat, come on Sam, have a punt on the winner. And also, what does Nori think? Well, I will go for... I'll go for synergy. Yeah, I don't want to be obvious. Being obvious is too easy. I'll go synergy sim racing as the top two take each other out on the last lap. What do you think, Noi?
Well, I would have said Forzen, and when James hit the fence, I definitely would have said Forzen. But now it's anyone's game. James should buy a lotto ticket, and if he wins, I'll take some of the winnings. I'm going with Pursuit. I reckon something big is going to happen, and Pursuit's just going to walk straight through it.
What about you, Daniel?
Ooh, I'm a bit on the fence. I'm actually going to go the outside top 5 favourite and go McKnight, the other United car, because
I'm
they
really
haven't been
proud.
up anywhere near it at all. But I'm going to have a crack at that one.
I'm really proud of this comms box that we've all gone for absolute wacky. Remarkably, the guy who's yet to lead this race for Synergy Sim Racing, all of a sudden that's like a really obvious decision. None of us have gone for the top two, which is good. McKnight with no more stops. Wait, has he just pitted? No, he hasn't pitted yet. No, but yeah, he's got one more stop to go. Of course, as McKnight, unless Max only thinks that he's going to just not pit to the end. Maybe he found a hack in the game. But also, I think we recently... Well, James McKee still can't get past Philip Worley. However, he is now 1.5 tenths of a second behind. This could be one of his best chances. Here he goes, takes a lot of curve, almost unsets the car, and stays behind again. Might be worth coming into the pits and get the undercut on his own.
Yeah, he's really struggling to get the pass done here, although you see as Worley drops in the lane. That's an easy one for him to get through there. A little further back, we've got a good fight. Ian Bird and Luke Holland scrapping down Conrad Straight. They're a long way from our race leaders who are in return going up Mountain Straight now. And this fight for 15th. Potentially another opportunity for a run here in the break zone. Not quite close enough for Holland. And he will need to stay by. But good little scrap for these two. Surprisingly as well, we're already starting to get a few guys considering their last pit stop of the night, along with Phil Worley. Mullen has come through the lane as well. So those guys are gearing up to go home to finish this one for the championship, which would be good to see for them.
Could be close between PRT and DPR, because DPR are going to have to take a lot more fuel. They came into the pits about 15 seconds between, and in fact actually Premier Racing Team now ahead. So DPR having to take a lot of fuel. It's more fuel than I thought actually, because obviously they didn't pit under the last safety car, so have to go a lot further. Oh, are they taking tyres again? Come on guys, get on with it. Now they're back down again. That seems excessively long. 51 seconds for them.
That's a massively long stop.
Could that just be fuel? I guess that makes sense, because we have seen 1 minute 8 so far for teams, and that was shorter than that, and it was pretty much a full tank. But well, that's the disadvantage, I guess, of not paying under the last pace car.
And that buries them way back in the pack.
And that's a very long pit stop, like stationary time comparative to what we've seen from a lot of drivers. It's 50 odd seconds stationary. That's a lot longer. The last, for most of the guys that stopped last time by was only around 28 to 30 seconds.
There you go. That's the missing pit stop for McKnight. At some point in that yellow bar, he did come into the pits, I promise. But that's the only obscurity out there. McKnight now is finally coming to the pits, so about time as well. Let's see how long his pit stop will be. Actually, this will be interesting. Again, it's going to be nearly a full tank of fuel that he's going to have to take, but will give us an indication of whether it's just an exceptionally long stop for Worley, or whether that really is how long you've got to be stationary for if you are going to get to the end of the race. Yeah, Worley was in the 51, so that is long, isn't it? That must have been a penalty, I imagine.
Yeah, McKnight still stationary as everyone else continues to file through. So we're already at 30 seconds now. I think we're looking at about 50 seconds for these guys to complete that final pit stop of the night. 40 seconds just elapsed. So actually that's we're 11 seconds difference comparative to Phil Worley. So that's at least one positional change for them. We have had a driver swap as well. Stuart Vaughan getting back behind the wheel closed this one out also.
Worley only just behind Vaughan. Actually, no, that's not true. It's quite a big gap. That's the other DPR car, Adam Briggs, just behind Stuart Vaughan. What could Briggs have done? That really could have been, probably would be running in 5th place right now with Briggs, the DPR, if he wasn't hit round by Pursuit. Shame there, because that was one of the best drives of the day. It's kind of weird when you see, Scott, the Logitech G Autos Esports having to take 2 mandatory fast pairs and still be running for the race win, and yet you have a little tap round for another team, and it ruins any chance of a top 10 for them. It doesn't quite seem just, but it's just the timing of the instance and when the safety cars happen around that which change how the race can turn out.
The one common denominator with motorsport, doesn't matter if it's real or virtual, you need a bit of luck.
McMullen alongside KRF. He is ahead though, 13th. I don't think that was a move from McMullen. It has already, oh no, it was a move, so yeah. Pits in, only just paid for his 6th pit stop, McMullen. I think that's going to be potentially the most of anyone. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get to 7. In fact, actually, Luke Holland for Redback Racing, I think, is going to get to 7 pit stops, which is exceptional when others are probably going to be able to get to the end of the race on a mere 5. So AEXG and Gordon Rogue Motorsports then both into the pits. Leader staying out. No one in the top. No one in the top 10 has so far come into the pits in this race. The gap out in the lead down to 8.5 tenths of a second. This reminds me of Montreal very much, but the other way round.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few opportunities where both these two teams have really been fighting out the wins. Montreal's in there, Barcelona as well, Belle Isle, just to name a few. I mean, they've been there or thereabouts the whole way through. So interesting to see. It's taken quite a long while, though, however, for Scott to start getting that gap under 7 tenths of a second. We've seen it a couple of times get down nearby, but El Nabi's been able to find a little kick and extend that gap to just out to a second again. So are the tyres potentially starting to fall off for El Nabi? Is he starting to struggle a fraction? And if so, when are we likely to see that car come down the lane?
Well, I've got an update from the YouTube chat, which is Harley's just going to get some wheat bix, so I reckon he's going to enjoy watching Forzen fight this one right through to the checkered.
The Weetabix worked well at Imola, didn't it? It was almost the Weetabix dog, helping them to the race victory. Let's see if it works on this occasion as well.
Gap continuing to hold pretty steady between both these two. 8 tenths of a second. They work their way across the top of the hill. Not much room. They fire through Reed Park again, down into Great. Pretty close between all of these. They're using absolutely every last inch of the track and then some to get their way through, though. And now with a little bit of lap traffic just ahead of these guys to start contending with. They've got 25th position just ahead, so that's Hayden Velt for KRF Motorsports. They're going to get to him just as they approach Forest Elbow. They should be able to pass nice and easily down through Conrod Straight, both with a great exit. How much wall, though, did El Nabi have left? I think there was a little bit of an autograph left on the side of that on the exit.
It seems as though Scott can't get any closer than this at the moment. It's very strange how the gap's just been at 0.8 to 1 second for the last 10 laps or so. And you'd think once you get into the draft, then it's almost like a rope where you can just kind of pull yourself along to catch up, because there's not much of there's not much weight in these cars, certainly not around this circuit where the majority of the corners are quite slow speed. Surprised they hasn't been able to get any closer than this, but maybe the draft is the only thing that's keeping him close. Maybe United Motorsports do have the advantage, and it's just the draft which is keeping Logitech in with a chance at the moment. And there's the position gains. EXG up 11, DPR up 14, and Red back up 13. EXG into the pits now from 8th place. Kenneth Latter into the pits.
Change of position there as well. Actually, no, sorry. Lassie just getting past one of the lap down cars. It's the 031. In the hands of David Baxter at the moment. We've seen a few incidents for that car throughout the course of the night. GPS, though, starting to close up on the back of the ANZ Motorsports car, which we thought might have been setting up for a really solid run to finish this race out. Just seems like they've missed the setup window just a bit, and ultimately what could have been a good third or fourth position for them, currently that car down in 13th.
Yeah, so we've got some pit as well. Yeah, they were doing really well earlier on, weren't they, ANZ? But not quite. In fact, no, they have pitted already. So yeah, I don't know. It might turn out all right for ANZ. We'll wait and see. Certainly going to have some very expired tyres by the end of the race, 23 laps or so. They're going to have to do for this final stint, pitted on lap 82 of the race. Still got a remarkable amount of cars still on the lead lap. Exceptional driving from the guys today. And we've still got the top 24 all on the lead lap. Even Simon Bayer for Pro Choice Automotive Racing only just 1 lap down. And out of the 39 cars that, or not even 39, 36 cars that started this race, as far as I can see, I think we've still got about 29 still going in this event. So that's very impressive.
Yeah, really low attrition rate tonight, which is great to see. All these guys really stepping it up to get through. Brett Loxton too jumped in the lane for their final stop tonight as well in the Zuba car. Holland still ahead of Kobe Jones, so those guys still fighting out tough. Just outside the top 10, fair gap for them to 10th position at the moment. Closing in is Kenneth Latter as well in the EXG car, just behind this little battle. So 3 cars firing down through the chase, getting it all stopped. Nice and tight, but good run for Kobe Jones. Look for him to make a move on the run down into Murray's. Going to be tough going on the outside. A little bit of defensiveness from Holland, and Latter thinks a little bit better of it.
Holland, the only one of the 3 that still needs to come into the pits as well. So, and on very old tyres as well. So inevitable he's going to be overtaken here. There you go, into hell.
Jones will run the defensive line, but it'll have to be as Latter and Luke Holland will have to watch the back of that ANZ Motorsport car as it climbs through the cutting on this time by.
Closing up out in the lead. Maybe Scott was just holding off, maybe he was saving fuel, and maybe now that we're almost in pit lane, I mean, we're expecting these guys to come in any lap now. Oh, that, I don't know.
Dummy.
What was he thinking about coming into the pits? Was he thinking, I'll do the same, or I don't know.
Probably a dummy to force Forzen to make the dive.
Synergy coming in, they may as well roll the dice, go for the undercut. At least I'll be able to take a few seconds out of the top 2's lead by doing this strategy, but that they'll need something miraculous, I think, from these guys if the lead's going to change anytime soon. I think their only hope is, I'm just thinking of scenarios here. Perhaps if a safety car came out just after they passed the pit entry, then the safety car might pick them up and slow them down. That's the only situation I can see that these guys lose the lead, or they just make mistakes and take each other out. That's probably a much more likely scenario. And if they do, then my prediction of Synergy Racing would be winning would be a good one. Jordan Ross comes back out on circuit then in 6th position. Is he in traffic? He's not in traffic. He's by himself as Jordan Ross. So that's good news for Synergy Sim Racing. Should be able to set some quick times. But like I said, they're going to need something miraculous from these couple of guys. Surely going to have to come into the pits on this lap. I mean, we've got 14 laps to go. They last pitted 16 laps ago. So you want the fresh tyres right now. 1 lap of fresh tyres on this very long lap would surely get you track position.
Yeah, if you get the tyres on board now, I think that's probably the best bet. You've got a little bit of time to get the temperature in and bang in those couple of laps, but these two have finally started to get the gap narrowed down. Scott doesn't quite get that move done through the inside, but certainly angling for a move here.
I wonder if Scott's going to try to come into the pits on the same lap. Yep. He's going to come in on the same lap. So I think Scott has got more fuel on board because he's been saving fuel behind his rival. And now this should be a shorter stop for Logitech G AOSC spots. So it would be surprising if United could keep the lead. We're expecting approximately 15 seconds stationary. They'll take tyres, but this is looking very good for Logitech G AOSC esports, who remember have crashed out of this race twice, but picked up the fast repairs as they both get up on the jacks. A little bit of repairs, I think, as well on the United Sim Sports car. They should have a better car towards the finish because Logitech had to have already used their fast repairs. But who is going to come out ahead? They're taking tyres, and ahead is United. So that's fantastic news for them. I don't even know how they've been able to pull that up. 16.5 seconds stationary, and James Scott for Logitech was a lot longer, 19.5 seconds. And I don't know about you guys, I'm shocked by that, because he was in the draft for pretty much that entire stint. How on earth has he not got more fuel?
Well, he was in the draft too, but looking at the times, I just quickly ducked over before they managed to hit the box. There was a 4-second difference in stationary pit stop timers. There's a massive slide for Scott on the Exeter 2. And so they were already short fueled at the end of their last stop. So they really had to go defensive to try and get back into that fight. They've done it, but at a bit of a cost now, because ultimately they have had to put that touch more fuel in it. Now the roles are reversed. Can they go full throttle to get this one home?
Right, okay, so they took less fuel at the safety car pit stop, which meant that they had to take more fuel at this one. So thanks for that one, Daniel. And yeah, so it's a case of just chasing them down now, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be James Scott.
I'm not sure if you want to leave that much margin to your rival as Scott has by having that longer pit stop, but you are right, Sam. If it's going to be anyone who's going to be chasing, James Scott's the man for the job.
3.5 seconds he's got to close the gap down. We were talking about races of the season earlier on today, and this one's certainly rivaling it. It's been absolutely doing not necessarily the best 50 laps or so at the start of the race, but ever since the safety cars started kicking off, it's been absolutely enjoying. It's kept us guessing all the way, a bit like Barcelona, I guess, just with how almost shocking it's been throughout. Yeah, surprising elements coming up time after time. We've now got just over 10 laps of this race remaining, 12 laps to go at the conclusion of this one. Synergy then with Brenton Hobson still staying out. Jordan Ross, by the way, came out of the pits 11 seconds behind Brett Loxton. What's going on here? Has he run out of fuel?
It's a tired engine, that one. There's a bit of smoke puffs out the rear of that one on the entry to the pit lane through the exit of the chase.
If that's the case, hopefully they've got one more fast repair to get it home.
That's the second time we've seen that, haven't we? Where drivers have come into the pits with a blown engine.
And the run here at Bathurst is quite good because you can use the hill to a good effect if your pit stall's one of the early ones, but you wouldn't want to be too high up the pit lane because, as we all know, the pit lane rises and has this crest in the middle of it that if you can't get over, you won't get to the pit box.
I'm just thinking, Road America, if you had that situation, you would, if you had the end of the pit lane, you would, you may as well give up straight away because that's not going to happen.
Stuart Vaughan.
I'll say.
Stuart Vaughan still holding that position over Keane up into 2 and a little further back off Dovold just ahead, who's got himself in a little bit of lap traffic trying to contend with and get his way through. But these two very, very close together right now, obviously. But the pace advantage between either car is non-existent at the moment. Last time for both of them, Keane marginally quicker at 2:04.9. 2:05 dead, so only a 10th between them, which is probably a little bit of draft advantage, but these guys very, very close. The car consistency for both as we watch them fire down over the hill. A little bit maybe in Vaughan's favour. It doesn't seem to be moving around just as much, gets a nice turn in, but the DPR car coming on very, very strong.
Britton Hobson for Synergy Sim Racing has come into the pits for their last pit stop. Also personal best for both United and Logitech, but United with a faster time. A fastest lap of the race there for Forzen El Nabi, and he just extends the lead by another quarter of a second.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen the 202s, and for those that tuned in very early on and saw the end of qualifying, that was about the time we were running for the cars there. The temperature of the track has dropped immensely, down to 26 degrees, at its peak 48 very early on. So the pace is coming back to these drivers. You can see them just firing them through the corners here. But this is a great show from El Nabi. They're strongly going after the team's championship. They're in the catbird seat at the moment. They were 10 points ahead going in. And if they can hold position, will come out 40 points up at the conclusion.
If Logitech win this race, do they win the title?
No,
they will still fall behind because it's 330 points for first, 300 for second. So even if they reverse it, El Nabi still has enough in the bag to get that one done.
Okay.
And the Logitech car, even though it is 88, isn't the Evolution car. They're different entries.
I think they changed their name, but I think they're still technically the same entry. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they are still scoring points under the 88 Logitech car out there. But yeah, even if they do win, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Gilliam into the pits for Pursuit. That is the last of the front runners to come into the pits then. By the way, we saw Synergy, well, we didn't see Synergy come into the pits, but they did come into the pits. They came out in 7th, ahead of JP's Sim Shed. Who went for a very early pit stop, did JP Sim Shed. However, they've now got quite old tyres on. So we'll probably end up in 8th, where they are now. Brinton Hobson in 7th, and Marlon McMullen for Premier Racing Team back up into 6th. Premier Racing Team back up into 5th now because Pursuit Sim Racing dropped behind them. Gilliam, who had that drive-through penalty earlier on, could have certainly fought for a podium if it weren't for the drive-through or off the circuit. Here's Philip Worley, who went for the alternate strategy earlier on, didn't come into the pits under the safety car, and the DPR driver I think drops on that occasion to 15th. In fact, I think he stayed in 15th, to be fair. There it was, and I just had to go straight across the cross. That was him trying to get past the United Sim Sports car, Stuart Vaughan, I believe.
So I'm just getting word too from race organisers behind the scene that with the change between Scott moving from ERT to Logitech, they actually do forfeit the points there. So while technically it will potentially be an ERT possible second here. They don't have an active car out there at the moment. Obviously, we did see the 026 have a retirement due to that damaged engine, but yeah, at the moment, this is actually looking very, very good for United SimSport. Not only do they want to get the win, they're definitely going to be aiming to get that championship.
Yeah, well done, Noah. Apologies for doubting you on that one, but you were absolutely correct. And yes, got with 4 different teammates as well as the season's gone on, where you can only have the 3 of them.
Bruce Keane, since he's been able to get through, has kept that little bit of an advantage now over Stovald as well. They've dropped a fraction. They've kept Vaughan behind. They've dropped a fraction off Stovald. You can just see going through the very bottom of frame there, but just not getting the pace that they need to close that gap.
In the 2-minute 10s was Adam Grigsville, DPR on that last lap in 11th place, so losing a significant amount of time. Let's see what this time is for Griggs. It's a 2-minute 4.65, so much more like it with Biggs. I think that was just because he came into the pits. No, it wasn't because he came into the pits. No, it was just a very bad lap for him, seemingly. And that gap dropping a little bit, but seems to be back on course now. That's the 72 machine. Oh, blown engine for someone.
That's, yep.
Is it for Zuba? And that could be a safety car.
It's Zuba.
And that is not a spot you want to see a stricken car on the run up the hill there. So I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, like I say, we do get the safety car. I don't think they can roll it back. And we're just hearing word there from race control, safety car deployed.
Lovely. So do you come into the pits here and get some fresh boots on? I guess it's not worth it unless he did pit a while ago. Certainly United are going to stay out because they'd lose a couple of places if they did come into the pits. This is how you finish a championship, isn't it? 9 laps to go. We'll have about 7 laps to go when the safety car comes in. And we will have a straight fight between everyone. Couldn't make this any better.
9 laps to go, and time again, Mount Panorama delivers the goods when it comes to close racing. It's at the cost of the Zuva car, and that's unfortunate for them, but I'm enthralled for this battle between United, Altus, Synergy, and Pursuit right at the end.
So Zuva were running up in... just trying to find where they were. Were they in 7th place, I think? I think they were behind Premier. Or were they behind Pursuit? I think they were behind Premier, so I think they may have even been in 6th place. So, which is a massive shame for Zuba, who have been really great team this season. Would have been nice for them to end the season on a high. Does promote everyone, of course, behind them up an extra position as well, as they all go by that Zuba car as well, which is yet to tie back to the pits. Well, hopefully they have a fast repair as well available. So they can at least take the checker flag in today's race. Almost the entire train has already formed up. There wasn't it's about 25 laps ago that we last had the last pace cut.
Yeah, with everyone closing it. Sorry, go ahead.
Daniel. I was going to say, I wonder if anyone's actually taken a pit stop for some tyres and some fuel. Probably not fuel, but for tyres.
May as well. You know, you're right at the back of the train. You might lose 2 positions. No, you might lose 1 position here, but you may as well come into the pits for fresh tyres in his situation.
Well,
you've got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain.
To have a crack. You've got Greg Sharp coming in for Stealth to have a crack. I mean, why not? I can understand our race leaders not wanting to do it, because the minute you take tyres and you drop down in the train with as many laps as we've got left to go, it's going to be a near impossible task to do it. That being said, if Greg if he can get that car back onto the back of the train, and fingers crossed we don't have it, everyone go and hit some wood because we don't want to see it, but if there is an incident at the back end, it could be the move that gets those guys further up. Safety car we are seeing, though, will be in at the conclusion of this lap.
He's going to do well as Sharp to catch back up to the train. He's going to be pushing like mad. He should actually catch up, to be honest, because they are so slow down the Conrod Straight. I mean, it literally takes them like a minute to get down the Conrod Straight. So they should have time to catch up, and he'll have warmed up tyres as well. But we'll enter the season one, enter this Acuta AOSC Super Series. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action so far. I'm sure you're going to enjoy the remaining 8 laps of this race. It's a straight bite, barely any back markers that I can see getting involved. We have got Marty Hansen. Where is Hansen actually? Is he 4? No, he's not 4th in line, 5th in line, I believe. Is Marty Hansen. So he's pretty much the only driver out of position. Everyone else is in position out here. As surely for the last time this season, Forzan El Nabi holds the field. Scott will feel as though he will, as long as he's close, like he was in the last stint, he should have a good chance. Once he gets into the draft, it's going to be very difficult to break the draft. And we have seen a couple of times today the restart leader be under pressure into the first couple of corners. What can Scott do here? How defensive does El Nabi go? Can Ross take advantage from 3rd place? There's no gap being left between United and Logitech to see who's going to take the final race victory this season. He's leaving it an absolute age, is El Nabi, and I think he may have left it a little bit too long, because it's 0.3 of a second the gap as we move on to lap 97 of 104, 24 minutes to go, 8 laps to go in this race. And it's a good turn 1 for El Nabi. He's straight away trying to break the draft. He should be alright going into 2, but it's not, he hasn't broken the draft, and now this should be an incredibly tight battle to the finish of the race. Gilliam pretty close to the back of McMullen, somehow pursued back up into 6th place, and with very fresh tyres as well. So watch out for pursuits really close to the back of McMullen, but they haven't been able to make it as we head up the mountain once again. Ross under pressure from McKee. I doubt a move's going to end up from that one. Gilliam absolutely flying. He just set the fastest first sector of anyone, Gilliam, but he can't do anything with it because it's too narrow round here.
Yeah, great jump from everyone getting away. No incidents further down the field. We've got gaps under a second between everyone as they cycle across the mountain for not much time left in this race. And everyone is having a crack to try and get that last final position. Looks like the driver, Greg Sharp, checking that tyres hasn't worked out just yet. He is still stuck, buried at the back of that train. But for everyone else, we haven't seen any up and down changes yet. They're all holding station at this point. Getting those tyres up to temporary is going to be key.
Scott just dropping to 3/4 of a second behind. It's a little bit dangerous because the draft's not going to be very strong there, but he should be able to close in a bit. But look at El Nabi swerving down the Conrad Straight just to break that draft.
The only car with impressive sectors through that final run was Hobson through sector 5 there with a flying sector.
El Nabi's gap dropped back down to 0.6 of a second going into the braking area for the chase, but he extends it again. A 2-minute 1.8. That is an exceptional time there for Forzan El Nabi. We talk about qualifying being when you need to deliver your laps, but that was possibly even more important as Andrew Gilliam does get past Marlon McMullen. That's for 5th place. Gilliam still with a chance of a podium here. Also, look at this. McKee is trying to get past Ross. And Ross, who has seemingly had the advantage throughout. McKee, though, down the outside, they make contact and he almost ends up in the wall. Gilliam wasn't close enough to take advantage of it. And that extends the lead for the top 2.
And that's a tough spot to be in because you can't really make that move around the outside there. And Ross doing everything he needed to do, just ran him slightly wide, ultimately forced him back out. Gilliam had the huge slide. We caught a little glimpse of that on the exit of turn 1, but now he's right bunched behind his teammate. Is there a chance that these two will potentially swap and let each other have a go? But they're going to have to be really careful. Mullen is lurking behind for Premier Racing. Those guys are in with a shot here. Currently sitting 6th up a few spots from where they started, but they are absolutely in that. The gap to our leaders just starting to extend. We're back to that 1 second mark that we saw only a handful of laps prior to the start of the safety car.
It's hard to think Pursuit would want to tempt fate here by swapping those cars, but Forzen's clearly streaking ahead of this. Got almost a second over James Scott, and they've got almost 2 seconds over the rest of the pack. So firing into the chase. Sectors between those two have got nothing in them.
Again, really good through the chase was El Nabi. Hasn't quite broken the draft yet, but it's getting up to that 1 second now, and it's edging towards United Sim Sports. Logitech needs to start closing the gap another 1.5 tenths of a second on that last time. And while James Scott's had an exceptional season, he's won something like 10 races so far this championship. He's going to win the championship, but I'm sure he would desperately love to get one more race win to set another 6 exceptional laps, because well, this race would mean so much, I'm sure, if he could take it.
Yeah, he's going to need to get a move on, though. With just on 6 laps left, he needs to be closing that gap down to El Nabi if he wants to get in with a shot to get it, because looking at the way El Nabi was able to get that car restarted, ultimately going the quickest we've seen throughout the course of qualifying and tonight, a 2:01. He has found something in that car that they've tweaked it at the right time to get the most out of it. Looks good getting through the grate, just about clipped that wall, but they are really pushing away now. So Scott seems to have just hit that little bit of wall, the gap, 1.1 seconds now. It was a little bit of an awkward run for him through sectors 2 and 3 there.
Yeah, that's surely going to be the draft gone. Pursuits are dropping down. Which pursuit? Is that Gilliam? No, so the other pursuit car then, down in 18th place. That was Jamie Stovald, who has dropped down the oil. Has he got much down? Oh, he's blowing the engine. It's another one who is blowing the engine. You will get it back to the pits at least, so we're not going to need a safety car. I think he's hit the wall here as Gilliam, as Stovald say.
Yeah, he gets it across the initial part there, not too bad.
Yep.
Oh, huge hit just in front before the safety marshal stand there. That's a big hit into the wall. The engine gone. At least it's all downhill into pit lane, so we can get it out of the way, but that's a scary spot to be having a hit.
It's an easy hit to happen. You clobber that curb on the left, it bounces the fence, hits the right. Yep. And that's day done, unfortunately, for Stovald and that pursuit car, so they'll be looking to next season, season 9 for them.
Further back down the field, Pickett, who we saw having an alternate strategy early on, actually got to lead the race for a little bit into a solid battle. He's got Jack Boyd, who, don't forget, has already come down the lane once for the drive-through for incident limit. These guys scrapping down over 15th and 16th position. Cheeky move there for Pickett, shoves the nose back, or cuts across the nose, sorry, of the Gone Rogue Motorsports car, holds that, a little bit ahead of them. You've got a huge swarm of cars all getting involved with Stuart Vaughan, Phil Worley, Ian Bird as well. So all going off here as these laps unwind.
Vaughan just getting ahead, but he was side by side with, I guess that was with Worley. I think he got past. Remember, Worley and Pickup, they were top 2 at one point in this race. Admittedly, it was a bit distorted due to the pit stops, but they were still leading the field away from the 4th safety car that we had earlier on. But yeah, a little bit further down now, that actually hasn't quite paid off as much as they would have hoped. At the head of this is Adam Briggs for DPI Racing, still running in 10th place is Briggs, and should have the pace to start pulling away, to be honest. The DPI Joe was running in 6th earlier on. A gap out in the lead up to 1.2 seconds now. It's 1.2 between El Nabi and Scott. To be fair to Jordan Ross, that last lap, well, he's now 2.8 seconds behind is Jordan Ross for CNG Sim Racing, so he has actually dropped back a bit. pursuits, and the other pursuits staying very close as well in 4th and 5th. But yeah, 1.3 now, 2/100ths faster for El Nabi. So it seems as though that first lap under green flag after the pace car, that was the moment. And James Scott prides himself on being very good on the cold tyres, but to date he's just been outdone by El Nabi. That was what got him ahead. He warmed up the tyres and pulled away.
Well, the kick from El Nabi after that green flag start was fantastic. I mean, he's the only driver to get into a 201 for the entirety of the race so far. I mean, we do still have 4 laps, so there is a possibility, but with the tyres starting to fall away now, they've lost that peak edge that they needed. But for him to go out there 201 versus 202, that's ultimately giving him the advantage that he needed. And he's just continuing to now extend the sector times that he's hitting are just spot on, and he's just gaining that little bit of momentum each lap, and look for him to continue to build that out towards the finish.
Gilliam now ahead of McKee, but they are still quite close, 4th and 5th. It's all quite close to be fair, with PRT and Synergy close as well. It's difficult to know where you put your eyes, to be honest, at this point, because there's so much going on. You can check out the live time. It's a little bit late now, to be fair. But you can check out the live time and see the gaps between each of the drivers and each of the teams at the moment. But plenty of action happening in these closing stage. 3 laps to go for the race leaders.
So our 2 pursuit cars have also managed to get their change of driver positions completed as well. Gilliam getting through on Mackie, so that didn't cost them any issues there. McMullen still hunting around down in 6th, has fallen away from this little group, however, but he has got Brenton Hobson starting to close back in again on him.
El Nabi another 1/2 tenth passed on that last lap, by the way. That's in the lead. Oh, this is close. 73 versus the 27 car. Vaughan's going to lose out. Gets onto the grass. Oh, into the wall goes the 73 DPR car of Reese Keane. And that's not the way you want to end your season. He'll get back going, but that's not what he wanted. Vaughan thought he was home and dry, I think, but now Ian Bird gains a couple of places for Mac 1 very late on. And also, EXG are coming up to the back as well. Fortunately for Vaughan, he has got the toe. However, he's now going to, I think, get blocked in here on the inside of the track. Does have the drive, though, through turn 2 to stay ahead. They've also got the Gone Rogue Motorsports car of Jack Boyd, who we know is a very, very quick driver at his Boyd. He might be able to gain a couple of places very late on. Really close to these 4, and also closing in is... there will be a Whirly as well. That last time Whirly did close in the gap slightly, so too did Bowden.
All 4 of these guys very close together as they fire down over the top of Skyline again, or actually a little bit of a wiggle in that EXG car. The back end starting to walk around for the car of Puckett there on the way down, so keep an eye on that, because that potentially could spell disaster and maybe end up in the fence. Everyone's snatching a break on the run into the elbow that time through. This is going to be a good opportunity, however, for Vaughan. He can close into the draft here from Ian Bird. Look for him to take the move down the inside, although Ian Bird's going to be very, very defensive to try and hold that spot. Quick shift down the inside. The United SimSport car down there takes a huge amount of curb, though, on the inside as they throw it through. It's not a place you want to be around the outside, but he does hold tough and gets that position changed.
Oh, he just loses out there, and here comes the EXG car as well. Maybe going to gain 2 places at the 45. Well, I think he'll either gain 2 or not gain any. Somehow he's managed to make a sandwich of himself and puts himself in the middle. Gone Rogue Motorsports as well. This is their time to launch. Down the inside goes the 45. United SimSports doing everything. Stuart Vaughan somehow defending for the umpteenth time and remains in 11th place. But that was really the closest come. EXG again coming up to the back. Bird and Boyd batsing as well. Bird seems to have fended that one off for the time being. The 45 around the outside. You can't go around the outside of that corner. We've learnt that all day long, the marbles as well. On the outside of the circuit, I'm probably going to spit you out into the wall. Outside again, we have seen moves into the cutting here so far today. But he almost gets shoved off into the wall and almost the door opening as well for Ian Bird to get back ahead. Boyd in the end couldn't get anything from that, and now Worley and Bowden for DPR and Tank Test RTL right with these guys. It's a 6-car train to finish off the season. 7-car train, I think there might be a backmarker as well involved in this one. No, this is all drivers fighting for position. In fact, 7-car train as the leaders are soon going to be... Oh, Synergy have binned it. They've binned it right at the end at Forest Elbow. Jordan Ross looking like he was going to get a really hard-earned podium. He was a comfortable third, but he's made a mistake right at the end.
Yeah, here's a look at the replay. We had the two Pursuit sim racing cars closing in. Takes the preferred line, very defensive, gets it in there, just lights up the rear on the exit and trying to get the power down as early as possible. Just picked it up that fraction early. Lucky to not be collected there, but yeah, that's a big loss for those guys. Does get it recovered, however, sits in 10th position now.
An extremely unfortunate incident for Jordan Ross.
Actually, I think he might have just picked up that inside wall there, trying to tighten the radius.
Certainly unsettled the car with the with kind of bumpiness of the inside of that corner. Out in the lead, El Nabi 1.5 seconds ahead. He was another 10th of a second, please. Just been edging it out. Scott hasn't given him a tiny amount whatsoever. And he's had to work for this one so hard, has El Nabi. But it was that first lap under the pace car. We knew that the slipstream is really powerful around this circuit, as Scott demonstrated in the penultimate stint, managing to stay right up to the back of El Nabi throughout it. And we knew if he didn't open up the gap to 8 tenths of a second straight away, then it was probably going to be the Logitech GLC Esports car, which would be able to pile on the pressure throughout. But that exceptional 2-minute 1.8 to start off this final stint on aging tyres as well was the perfect remedy for the gap to open up. And ever since then, it's just been taking its home. And they've managed to win two of the endurance races so far this season. Now unlucky to miss out in a few of the early ones at Spa and Daytona. Finally managed to lost out as well tightly at Montreal. Finally took the race victory a few rounds ago at Barcelona and then Imola. And it looks like it's going to be Bathurst as well to be added to their resume. United Sim Sports exit the chase. They got one more corner to go for what will be an incredible race victory to end this season 8 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. United Sim Sports take the race victory. Round 16 of the championship is theirs, and they win their team's championship as well. And it was comfortable in the end in the points standings. Thoroughly deserved an exceptional end to the season for them. Scott for AOSC Esports finishes in second place despite crashing out twice. They can't complain about that one. And Pursuit Sim Racing, Andrew Gilliam, despite a penalty, they were outside the top 20 with half an hour to go, but they finish up in the podium places. And it's a nice end to what's been a very good end to the season for Pursuit. Still got a few more drivers to come across the line, but Daniel, that El Nabi there, that was one of the best 10 laps I think I've seen all season on round Bathurst of all circuits, managing to deliver under so much pressure.
Yeah, it was a fantastic run. I mean, the team put absolute every best foot forward, got home with what they needed to do. I think El Nabi, he got to get a practice earlier in the week on what a high pressure situation could be, having gone and raced in the Supercars Esports Championship as the wildcard entry, got to feel that pressure, was able to apply it tonight. And you saw it just from that restart. Kicked immediately, got into a 201 on the slightly cold tyres, then continued to keep gaining time advantage over Scott to finish out that race. They did everything right. But I mean, also, for the likes of James Scott, we saw that car in two major incidents, and actually 3 major incidents. They managed to get back into it and take their hat off to Elders. They played that one very, very nicely as well.
I think out of the rounds that you've done, Nori, race of the season, but I genuinely think that may have been race of the season right there.
Oh, there's no better way to finish it than Bathurst, and there's no better way to finish it than a commanding win from United Esports. We saw at the end there, Forsen was the only one to dip into the 201s, and pace from those guys was tremendous. It was just an exciting race, and like I said before, Bathurst just delivers.
It really does. Avon's across the line, and so we can go through your final order, I believe, for the final time this season. And winning out is United Sim Sports. 1.5 seconds clear of the rest of the order. Logitech G Altus Esports. Great effort from those guys. They were lucky. Let's not kid ourselves to still be in the running at that point after the crash with about an hour of the race to go. But they still really had to drive very quick near the end to claim that second place. Pursuit Sim Racing get third and fourth. Premier Racing Team, a good end to the season for Premier Racing Team. Well done to them in fifth. Synergy Sim Racing, unfortunate in sixth. There's ANZ Motorsports, EXG Motorsports, DPR Racing, Synergy Sim Racing. In fact, that was the car that spun late on the penultimate lap, finishing in 10th and running in the podium places. Then it was United Sim Sports, EXG Motorsports, Mac 1, Gone Rogue Motorsports, DPR Racing, Tanked SRT, Stealth Simforce, Fishy Motorsports. Then it was Pursuit Sim Racing, Pro Choice Automotive Racing, DPR Racing, JP's Sim Shed, Riot Sim Racing, RRT Bow Repairs Racing Team, KF Motorsports, Gone Rogue Motorsports, Tanked SRT, Zubo Racing, RRT Bow Repairs Racing Team, Evolution Racing Team, MF Racing, Middle Finger Racing, Penske Racing Shocks, Mac 1 Esports Blue, Fishy Motorsports, Pulse Racing Team, and Middle Finger Racing. And Nick Holster in the safety car got to do a few laps as well. I'm sure he enjoyed his time out there. So we're going to have a chat with the drivers then for the last time this season. And straight away, we have got our race winners in for a chat. We've got Forzen El Nabi and Harley Haber. Congratulations, guys. Absolutely exceptional driving from you two. First up, Forzen, we've got to go to that final 10 laps or so. I mean, you're under the pace car. 8 laps to go in the race. You know that James Scott is straight behind you, and yet you pull out a 2-minute 1.8, I think, to break the draft. I mean, that was incredible.
Yeah, no, cheers. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's pace, that last safety car. I think, yeah, it's a bit of a spectator safety car, so a bit unnecessary, but it is what it is. And yeah, I just told the boys we'll take it on the chin. And yeah, with all due respect to everyone else, I think there was only one car winning that race tonight, and that was our car. So yeah, I think Harley and Chris, they both did their job tonight, and I did my job, and yeah, we came out with a win, which is really good.
Once again, Harley, you guys seem to nail the strategy. There didn't seem to be a bad moment from you guys. I mean, is that just experience, you think? Because throughout this season, we've seen you not leave anything on the table when it comes to strategy. Is that experience, or do you think about it extra, or what's your secret?
No, mate, it's really about having the right people around you at the right time, and we got Chris Radicic, who's our engineer. He does all the work behind the scenes on the strategy. He puts a lot of hours in, and yeah, he's really the reason why that's good week in, week out. He hasn't let us down. Obviously, we do our job as drivers to get the car up the front where it should be, mate. But yeah, in terms of getting any credit for strategy, he's the man behind it all. He's an absolute wizard.
And that's 3 wins in a row now as well, Harley. I mean, that's the team's championship sewn up for you. That's an incredible job. Especially, I think it's been you two at every single round of the championship. You've finished on the podium. Dare I say, every round you may have finished off the podium one round, but 3 wins in a row. That's incredible.
Yeah, mate. That was the goal. We were chasing the team's championship. I mean, James had obviously done a really good job with all the other rounds, and we might have not had the pace to genuinely compete with him, and obviously a little bit of luck as well, mate. So coming into all the endurance races, that was what we kind of worked on as priority number one. So it's really good to get the win at the end of the day, and obviously we've got a lot on outside of the motorsport. Realm. So to come to Bathurst, which is obviously pretty much everyone's favourite track, and come out on top, that's what we set out to do, and we achieved that.
And Forzan, it's been fantastic to see you throughout the season in these team races. I mean, any chance that you might take part next season? Because I mean, if you did, you could give Harley a big run for his money, and you could give James Scott as well a run for his money.
Yeah, we'll see about next season. But for now, I think I've got I think work's back on with all this lockdown stuff. So I think I might be returning to work on Fridays. So I might finish late on Fridays, unfortunately, in the future. So yeah, we'll have to work that one out within the team. But yeah, for now, just really stoked to finish off the season with Harley. I think it's an absolute pleasure to drive with him. We both go along really well, and we both try and stay out of trouble, not make any mistakes, and just do our job. So yeah, it's been an absolutely brilliant endurance season, and yeah, maybe we can do it again or next season.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, guys, on another race win and the team's championship as well. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I think our major sponsor, Valvoline, is definitely one we got to thank. Obviously, we have a little other ones as well, Too Easy Finance, Western, Mazda, and Parramatta Isuzu. They're all great companies which all band together to make all this possible. So, obviously, a massive thank you to Forzen as well for all of his hard work throughout the enduro season. It's definitely been a really cool experience to drive with somebody who's so fast, week in, week out, and yeah, I look forward to doing more of it.
Awesome. Thanks for having a chat with us, guys, and hope to see you back very soon on the Esports Network.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, lads.
So that's your race winners then, Porcelain Narby and Harley Haber from United Sim Sports. Daniel, I believe we have at least one of the both of the drivers who finished in second place today.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So just get them in here now. But we've got James Scott and Brody Mayers in with us. Guys, congratulations, second place tonight. It was a hell of a race for you as we saw a bit of everything. Lead of the race, a couple of incidents, the thought that you guys might have been out of contention, and then a safety car to bring you all back in it. How was it from the driver's seat, though?
Yeah, I think that really sums it up. We got some of the lap cars in the first half of the race there weren't very friendly to us at all. Got in a few incidents with those guys, and then made a bit of a meal of it. About I think it was halfway through the race then put it in the wall, and then yeah, the safety car really helped us out there, and then it really worked out that we lost nothing, so worked out well.
Yeah, definitely. And Brody, from your point of view, the car looked to be very, very good out there. The consistency really well, mate. How did you find things out there?
Yeah, the car was excellent. Just held onto its tires really well. It would just sit and drive, and you just had to turn the steering wheel really. But car was excellent.
Well, we saw the comments from yourself in the YouTube chat when you managed to get back into it with the safety car. Was a little bit of a breath of fresh air when that happened.
Yeah, I thought we were gone for all intents and purposes after that shunt. I thought our chance at a win was just gone. But that's the way Bathurst works. It's you'd never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, definitely. And James, switching back to you, obviously wrapped up the team's the individual drivers' championship with a fantastic effort, mate. Over the course of the championship season, how did you find it? Because we saw everything from you over the course of this one. We've seen multiple wins in a row. We saw that unfortunate engine blow up at Belle Isle. Fantastic finish out here. What have your thoughts been? Or actually, both of you. How have your thoughts been on the course of the championship season?
Yeah, this championship's been very competitive all season. Had some great battles along the way. With a lot of the guys, wasn't always just the same person, so that's great to see. Heading into next season. Although I will have to pick up my driving if I want to be at the front again next season because I don't think tonight was quite good enough.
And Brody, from yourself, mate, how have you found the championship over the course of this one?
I've been sort of hit and miss with the championship, but I really enjoy the most of the enduros, so sort of stick to those. But I really enjoyed the longer races. Sort of just giving James a hand with his championship. So yeah, just tonight was a bit of redemption after I had a meal of it at Imola.
Absolutely. And then going on, we likely to see you guys back in the championship for season 9.
Yeah, definitely. I'll have to give it another shot. We get the number 1 on the window. So see what we can do next season.
I might
Outstanding.
appear for a few races as well.
It'd be great to have you guys back. And look, before we let you go and celebrate the second victory, and James, obviously the individual drivers championship, was there anyone you guys would like to give a shout out and a thanks for helping us through?
Obviously all the guys at Altus Esports have been a great help since I've been there. Obviously all our great sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Motion Simulations, and Cube Controls. And obviously all the guys who's helped me out through this championship, with Cooper Webster, Ethan. We did a race together at Daytona, and Brady, so it's been awesome. And obviously you guys for putting on a great show on the AOSC admin.
Fantastic, gentlemen. Well, again, congratulations on second tonight. Congratulations on a fantastic championship season, and we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you back out on track for season 9.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, guys.
And Nori, I believe you've got our third place finishers alongside you.
Yes, it's a big welcome to Andrew Gillingham and Michael Talyangic. You made a fantastic run in tonight's race to bring it home in third. You really played yourselves into it right at the end of the race. How did your night pan out for yourselves?
Bit up and down. Firstly, I'd love to apologise for getting into the back of the DPR racing car of Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. Yeah, they were on for a good result tonight, and I definitely put a dampener on that for them. So yeah, I do apologise for that one. It was pretty up and down, and we just got a good strike of luck right at the end of the race to put us in the lead pack with the fresh tyres we had.
I noticed you were behind your teammates in the 717 for a good majority of the race. Was that a team move, or did they just have a better paced car?
I think we're pretty similar pace drivers, and I think the pace was actually pretty similar there, so there's no need to fight too much when you got a long race ahead of you. Being behind often has a bit of an advantage. You can do a bit of fuel saving and things like that, but I think both our cars were going pretty strong. I think they were racing each other pretty hard. There was no team orders there, that's for sure.
It was pretty nice to see both the cars up there in the top 4 at the end of the race. It sure makes for a nice result. You did get quite lucky at the very end with that, the Ross car around. Unfortunate for them, but lucky for you guys in the end to actually score the podium.
Yeah, with that though, that's partly putting the pressure on. People don't just make mistakes. Andrew was reeling him in quite fast, and he would have wanted a good exit because Andrew was right there to take advantage if he didn't get that exit.
Absolutely spot on. And you guys have been phenomenal in these Enduro campaigns. Are we likely to see you back together for season 9?
It's highly likely, but we'll have to see what happens.
Giving nothing away. Is there anyone you guys want to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to Track Racer and MXTV. They've been supporting us very well for a long time now, and 6 Gear Imagery for doing photos for us. Big shout out to Nick and everyone behind AOSC. It's been a great season, and all the race control and broadcast team, you guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Andrew, for being good sports, and well done on your third tonight, and brilliant run in the Endurance Cup.
Thank you very much, guys.
So that was the drivers from Pursuit Sim Racing. We're going to have one more interview. It's not a pole sitter. Sorry, not a podium place driver. However, it is still a champion for this season. We've got David Kimmond in with us right now, who has won the Best and Fairest award this season. Congratulations, Dave. So I assume the fewest incidents per race. The drivers who get the fewest incidents per race, I guess, get a point, and you've been able to win that award. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, mate. I was talking to Mark Samuel earlier on with the other two nominees, and apparently it's lowest incidents or low incidents, not many penalties or anything like that, and still making positions, still having a good go at it. So to be nominated alongside Jamie, who I think his incident count has been astronomically low this season, and my teammate Andrew Gilliam, who has definitely passed a lot of people this season, I'm very pleasantly surprised and humbled to win.
Absolutely. I mean, talk us through your day today. Was pretty exciting out there. I mean, the first 50 laps there were like no safety cars, and then all of a sudden we have like 6 in the second half of the race. It was tricky to keep up with it. How was it from your perspective?
I had a pretty clean race. I don't think I actually got an incident in my stint.
Oh, wow.
I didn't have the pace that I wanted, but I was able to. I was able to keep it somewhere around 12th. And then, unfortunately, we just got involved in a few incidents. When Jamie Stovald was in the car, he had much better pace than me today. But when trying to, let some faster drivers past, but tuck back in behind, we'd find ourselves in a few incidents. And I'll talk to him in the week, and we'll make sure it doesn't hit his confidence too much as we go into the next season.
And then the prize for winning your award is a pack of Abruzzi racing gloves and boots, and apparently a soft shell jacket pack, which sounds awesome. I've seen some of Abruzzi's products, and the customization you can do with them is absolutely awesome. I mean, have you eyed up any of that Abruzzi stuff yet?
I had actually nearly ordered some recently because my boots that I've got over here in Auckland are basically falling apart. So I was in need of some very soon. So I'd really like to thank Abruzzi and everyone behind the scenes for AOSC. It's my favourite championship to race in. And I really appreciate everything that goes on. And like I say, once again, thank you to Abruzzi. I'm looking forward to getting both the boots and the gloves because I do wear them. I've got HE pedals and a direct drive wheel, so I will be they will be getting a lot of use.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, David. Congratulations on the Safe Driver Award. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we say goodbye?
Just the entire team. I'm sure that Mike has thanked our sponsors, so I'd like to thank Pursuit. It's a really good bunch of guys, and just keep pushing forward as a team.
Awesome. Congratulations, Dave, and hope to see you back very soon.
Great. Thank you, Sam.
That's Dave Kimmond there, the winner of the Best and Fairest Award for the season of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. That's pretty much all the racing gone, and that's all the interviews done as well for this season. But Daniel, we've covered this season almost throughout. I think I've done every round. I think Daniel, you've done all but 2 rounds, I believe. It's been an incredible season. It's been fantastic to see these drivers evolve. I wasn't too familiar with pretty much any of these guys at the start of the season, and yet I feel like I know them pretty well by now. It's been fantastic to see just them improve. Some drivers kind of improve as the season's gone on, get some fantastic results, and also this team's championship battle as well, with United Sim Sports being able to come back late on in the championship to win the title. It's been really fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've thoroughly enjoyed coming back to the commentary side of AOSC. It's been quite a few years since I last commentated on it, and in all honesty, the driving standards from then to now have increased exponentially. I mean, the driver talent out there is fantastic. Race organisers have put on a fantastic championship for season 9. You know, we had a fantastic group of guys behind the scenes who give up their Friday nights to help out with race control. You know, they do it week in, week out. They cop a lot of flack, but, you know, very consistent rules all the way through. I'm really looking forward to seeing what season 9 brings out. There has been well, we are going to get the calendar released very, very soon for that. Well, actually, there it is on the screen right now. So released right now. And there's some fantastic tracks in it. A little bit of a change up to what we've seen this season. We're going to cut down, or the series organisers, sorry, are cutting down the some of the endurance races. They're adding some slight tweaks to the endurance races. Instead of, you know, our regular 650s, we've now got some 300s thrown in there, which will be great to see. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think everything we've seen this season will only translate to go better. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it, both with yourself, having Nori on board, been absolutely fantastic.
Definitely, and Nori as well. I mean, we look at that calendar now, it looks pretty great, but at the same time, you know, we've visited Oran Park and Belle Isle, which are circuits that often can get a little bit, aren't necessarily the best tracks in the world for, you know, this level of racing. Sometimes they can be a bit clumsy, it can be a bit too tight and twisty, and yet the level of competition in this series makes every round so great. So we could go anywhere and it'd still be fantastic.
Absolutely, that's the benefit of the iRacing service, is that you've got so many amazing tracks to choose from, and the V8 Supercar is such a different beast to drive on any other circuit around the world. So it doesn't matter where we go. I'm a bit disappointed Belle Isle isn't there, because that was my pick for my favourite round, but I'm sure we can make one of those ones my favourite for season 9.
Absolutely, it does look superb. I'm also seeing that Barber Motorsports one. That looks like the short Barber, which will be good. Also Mid-Ohio for an Enduro, Charlotte Road, that will be very good. I can guarantee you that. Alton Park as well. Loads of them look absolutely awesome, and really looking forward to season 9. By the way, a big thanks to all the sponsors as well for the last time this season, because seriously, without these guys, the championship couldn't be nearly as good. They help fund the broadcast, and they just bring the championship up to an extra level. So Acuta Solutions, who provide rigging hardware along with safety equipment. Next Level Racing, who do flight cockpits along with racing cockpits. So certainly do check out that. Britzy Racewear, who of course were providing David Kimmin with some gloves and such. Some fantastic personalization you can have with that. Motum Simulations. Hopefully there'll be racing centres will open pretty soon again. So certainly if you're in Australia, head down there imminently. Night Rider Design. So if you need anyone to help out creating a livery for on iRacing for yourself or maybe for your team, certainly do go to Night Riders Designs for that. Wolf Graphics, who do personalised stickers and signs. Thanks to them for sending me some stickers, which was really cool. And Race Management Service for helping out the live racing control. Thanks to the stewards, more than anyone else, I think, in terms of the organisation. It's been one of the best organised leagues that I've ever witnessed. I think it really is right up there in all of iRacing. Thanks to the drivers for putting on an absolutely awesome show throughout the season. Thanks to Apex Racing TV, of course, for providing you this this broadcast. Thanks to, of course, Marco Barbanera. He helped us out on one round. That was an exceptional round, I'm sure, because it was Marco. And he helps out. Also, I think Daniel Leitz, apologies. I think a couple of other broadcasters may have helped out this season. Of course, thanks to Daniel, thanks to Nori, and thanks to Scott as well for this championship. And hopefully on the Esports Network, we'll see you very soon for Season 9 of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. That will be back in a few weeks' time. But for the last time this season, James Scott is your solo championship winner. United Sim Sports are your team championships winner. And for me, Sam Fitzpatrick, we are going to say goodbye for the last time this season. See you back very soon.